All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's slowly start taking our seats. We will begin in about 2-3 minutes. All right, a very good morning to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you at the Warsaw Life Sciences University. My name is Marcin Witkowski, and I work for the Polish National Agency of the Erasmus Plus program, but I'm here also as Secretary General of the European Association of Communication Professionals in Higher Education, named EUPRIL. So I bid a very good morning to you all. Good morning. Perfect. Let me also say hello to everyone who's watching our transmission live on YouTube. We have several cameras here in the room, so if you just kindly turn around and wave to any of the cameras to let the folks know that we see them. Hello, nice people from YouTube. Nice to be with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, since we are in Warsaw, at the most beautiful campus that there is in terms of life sciences and nature and biology and wildlife that is here, we have to also learn a bit of Polish, because how many of you are here for the first time in Poland? Raise your hand. Okay, quite a few, quite a few. I understand that you've had some activities already here in Poland, but there are three most important expressions that you need to learn in order to communicate in Poland. And first, you need to understand how to say good morning or hello. And in Polish, when we want to say good morning or hello, we say dzień dobry, and I will try to teach you that. So we say, in English phonetics, dzień dobry. Dzień dobry, perfect. When you want to say thank you, you always say dziękuję, so let's try it together. Dziękuję. Beautiful. And the third most important expression in Polish language is gin tonic. Let's try gin tonic. Beautiful, all right. So now, since you know the three most important expressions in the Polish language, we can move on and welcome some of the key groups of our participants that are here with us this morning. Let me welcome very warmly all of the session moderators that are here. Where are you, please? Moderators, please stand up, show yourselves. We have Marta, we have Karol, we have Achut, we have Jerun. Oh, we have Vadim, we have Julian. Welcome. Big hand, a round of applause for them. Yes. We also have wonderful speakers of all plenary sessions, and let me welcome all of the speakers together. Session 1, 2, 3, and 4. Where are you, speakers? Speakers for the sessions. 1, 2. Please stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Yes. All these people will talk to you this morning, and this afternoon you will meet them a bit later. Now, since we have already learned how to say the most important phrases in the Polish language, it's also time for us to welcome our friends from Ukraine and from Ukrainian partner institutions. So we have to say to them, Dobroho ranku. Everybody say now, Dobroho ranku. Where are you, Ukrainian friends? Please stand up. Partner institutions from Ukraine. A big hand. Beautiful. Thank you so much. We also have the UniGreen family, members of universities of the UniGreen University Network. Where are you guys? Other UniGreen. Stand up, stand up, stand up. UniGreen. Yay. Wonderful. That's a big UniGreen family, ladies and gentlemen. We also have the people from ELSE, the Euro League for Life Sciences Network. Where are the ELSE people? ELSE people, yay! As you notice, this is a community dialogue, which means we are all one big happy family, and you see some of the same people representing different networks, which is absolutely great. And in that vein, let me also continue by welcoming people from the Erasmus Key Action 171 and the partner institutions from the Erasmus. Where are the Erasmus people here? We have Erasmus. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Yay! Welcome, Erasmus people. All right, beautiful. We also have the International Relation Officers Forum here. Is anyone from the IROS Forum here? We should be here, okay. If not, maybe they will join us a bit later. And as this event is part of the project funded by the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, NAWA, let me also say we should have NAWA delegates somewhere here in the crowd. Do we have NAWA yet? If not, they will be probably joining us. This project, which was funded by NAWA, as I just said, is also aimed at supporting Ukrainian universities and identifying activities complementary to the European University Initiative. The Warsaw Life Sciences University is coming to a completion of this project, and today's meeting, today's conference marks the final task on the agenda. Previous milestones of this project included, for example, the first ever in Poland to be planted a micro-forest here on campus, and a conference focused on micro-credentials. And we will have some excellent speakers later on the day, including Dorota Piotrowska, who's one of the experts on micro-credentials, so we'll be happy to welcome her a bit later. So we would like to thank NAWA for creating opportunities to allow us all to meet, to grow and develop. Ladies and gentlemen, now I think it's time to bring you through the agenda of the day. We have a whole day of activities planned for you. We'll have 4 wonderful sessions with excellent speakers whom you just met. Our coffee breaks will be just outside of this room. They will last long enough for you to network, to meet each other, to share experience and to become friends. Later in the day, around 1:15, we have lunch scheduled also here in this building, and a wrap-up session which will conclude our meeting today around 5 p.m. At the end of the wrap-up session, we are inviting you all to the Rector's Palace here on campus for a networking reception. Now, all those of you who would like to connect to the Wi-Fi network, we have a free Wi-Fi service here in the building, so feel free to log on. The user is aggw.unigreen and the password is on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now come a bit closer to a very young, very nice and young lady who I always think that is a student. Would you please stand up, ma'am? I introduce to you Ms. Marta Mendel, Vice Rector of the Warsaw Life Sciences University. Give her a big hand. I'm not sure if you know that Rector Mendel is, among other things, a great veterinarian and a reader of science fiction novels. Do you remember which was the last novel that you read in science fiction?
Well, probably one of the Lem's novels.
One of the Lem is always a good choice, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever have time to continue practicing your Polish, Madam Rector has recorded a session of reading science fiction novel in Polish on YouTube. So now, without further ado, Madam Rector, please take a stand and welcome our participants.
Thank you so much. I just wonder, after this nice introduction, shall I continue Polish, Ukrainian, or stick to English? What's your advice? I guess maybe for the opening we do it in English, but when the day develops for the wrap-up, be ready for some surprises. Anyway, it's my huge pleasure, and I'm really, really happy to welcome you at the campus of the Warsaw University of Life Sciences. We worked for that event quite long. Usually, you do thanks at the end, but I'm a little bit worried that I might forget it. So let me start with some thanks. That event would not be possible if you, great guests, would not arrive. So thank you very much for your presence. It would not be possible if the Polish National Academic Exchange Agency would not decide to support Ukrainian universities by bringing them nearer to the concept of European universities. So in the project that we call UniGreen plus UA 2.0 this year, we are offering this, I hope, wonderful conference and workshop, which will follow tomorrow. So big thanks to NAVA for their support, and of course, big thanks to Erasmus Plus that launched the initiative of European universities, and this is where it all actually started with UniGreen. It's my huge privilege to welcome all friends, because that's actually how I see you. The UniGreen family, ELS family, long-standing partners, Ukrainian friends, of course, and all SGGW people who are today with us or online if it was not possible to join us in this crystal hall. So we met today with various backgrounds, representing different cultural contexts, institutions, countries. But we all aim the same. We like to focus on fostering internationalization of our universities, our students, our alumni, our researchers, teachers, our professional staff. We all belong to the special family that always likes more and better, and I hope this event is made for that. Remember that current trends and challenges are very, very dynamic. There is a quick change in digitalization, including generative AI tools that are approaching. Diversity, inclusiveness, multiculturalism, but also mobility issues, as well as different types of crises we face, climate, demographic, geopolitical, that all must change our mindset, and it's on us how we approach it. So what I hope to hear today are relevant questions. And what I want even more is to have inspiring responses from you. So please remember, this is not just another conference. It is a community dialogue. It's a place for you to speak and to be a part of that. I cordially encourage you to be today active, to exchange, to interact, and to take best of that with you home. So I hope you enjoyed the event. I hope you enjoyed the stay at our campus, and have a good day. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madam Rector. Now the time is come for the first session of today. We have 4 excellent speakers, and let me ask first to the podium the chairperson of the panel, Madam Rector Marta Mendel, Vice Rector of the Life Sciences University here in Warsaw and Vice Chair of the Board of Directors of the UniGreen Network. Next, we have Dr. Achyut Adhikari. Achyut, please come straight here. Achyut is from Nepal, from Kathmandu, actually. Would you like to tell us which university in Nepal you graduated from?
Oh, thank you, Martin. I am originally from Nepal, okay? And when I introduce myself, when I am from Nepal, the first question I always used to get was, have you ever climbed Mount Everest? You know, like I haven't been to even the base camp, but yeah, I'm very proud. Like Nepal has almost 7 of the highest 10 peaks, all the Himalayas range. So I graduated, I did my master's from Tribhuvan University, which is in Kathmandu, but the regional college is in my hometown. And then I moved to United States for my PhD, which I did from Washington State University in 2008. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome. A big hand for our Nepalese friend. Next, we have Professor Vadim Tkachuk, Rector of the National University of Life Sciences Environment in Ukraine. And I must tell you, which you don't know probably, that Professor Tkachuk is the honorary education worker in Ukraine. Is that correct, sir?
Thank you very much for such an introduction, and I am using this possibility. First of all, would like to thank you to our partners from Warsaw University of Life Science for inviting us for this important event, and also I would like to thank NAVA and CGGU as well for allow us to be associated with the activity of Unigreen Alliance, which is really very important for our universities and for Ukrainian higher institutions. And one more thing I would like to add, that I am working for the international activity within the last almost 30 years. I am director only 4 months. And before that, I was working for the different positions, and most of them were related with the developing of our international activity of our university. So I'm very pleased to see all of you and to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big hand for Professor Tkachuk. And certainly last but not least, we have our friend from University of Almeria in Spain. Please welcome Professor Julián Cuevas González. Julián. Okay. Julián, I understand that you are a scientist and with a beautiful publishing record. Would you care to tell us more your main field of study?
Well, I do research about sex implants. Not that funny that like in animal, but much more complex and really, really funny too.
Thank you very much. Well, now we know where the Hirsch index is coming from so high, 31 on the Hirsch index scale. That's a big achievement. Thank you very much. Madam Rector, the floor is yours. You have an excellent panel with you, and I hope you enjoy this first session of the day.
Thank you very much, Martin, for this nice introduction. You already know the panelists, so I think we can go straight to the topic of this first session. And as I promised, it's about exchanging good practices. It's about being together. So for the very beginning, I would like you to consider for like 30 seconds, what does internationalization actually mean to you? So try to answer a question, if internationalization is like a puzzle game with many elements, what are those essential elements that make the picture visible and transparent? To encourage you to share your ideas, I would like we play a game. If you can take your mobiles and scan the code, please do so. We will also do as panelists, please. So everybody gets involved. And then type a word or a short phrase answering the question. I'll give you a few minutes for that. 2 minutes, not too long. Right, I see people are starting to deliver their answers. So, my dear colleagues, what do you think? Which would you pick up? Which do you find most relevant? Akut, would you mind to start?
I can start. So those are really good terminologies over there, and then really good words. If you put together all those words, it will clearly make a really clear strategy about an institution, their international strategies, and then the mission. So for me, like when I think internalization, it's more than a mobility. Okay, so internalization is building a strategically mutual and equitable global partnership and research collaboration that aligns with the interests of partner institution and then the strategic goal of other partner institution, and also capitalize on the connections of faculty, staff, students, and alumni. So it's not just mobility, it has so much impact that will have an academic impact as well as meet a lot of social goals. So with that, Vadim, you want to make any comment or any idea about what you think internalization is?
Looking on this picture where the peoples react on what internalization could include as elements, of course, this is really, if you build the internalization strategy on the level of institution, you should think, first of all, how this internationalization is compatible with the general vision and general mission of your university at first, and then also other aspects like academic reputation, institution global reach, and also cultural diversity is also very important from my point of view in the system of globalization, because developing partnership, developing joint degree, implementing different kind of multilingual programs, exchange, virtual semester, using different tools and technology in communication between the partners is not all, but some elements of this internationalization what should be included probably in all institutions all over the world. So now I will give the floor to Julian to comment also.
Thank you, Vadim. Well, as the question was saying that internationalization is like a puzzle game. I think the internationalization has several components, and some of them are requisite and some other are indicator. I was glad that at the very beginning the word for a student came to the screen. Our main mission is to contribute the student success, and I think that the main component of internationalization should focus on the student. For me, student mobility, physical mobility is key, but once that you have decided to promote student mobility, you have to accomplish some tasks. Of course, forcing professors to teaching a second language, and then you have some facilities, some infrastructure for a student coming from different countries. I mean, you have to develop internationalization at home. You have to prepare also some accommodation places. Of course, as you mentioned, partnership. You have to select. Maybe we had the chance to talk about partnership. You have to select your partners, and that depends also on the country. For us, South America is one of our main partners, but it is also important Europe, mostly Europe. And I decided I'm going to finish. For instance, when I was vice chancellor, I decided that for my engineering student, it was important to have some partnership with a country from Asia, Korea, South Korea, Taiwan, and so you have to select your partners in this sense. Okay.
All right, so what I've heard a lot is partnership. It's mobility. It's the vision of the university. My observation is there are many words. So it means we all perceive it in a slightly different way, which means it is a complex subject. independent what is your current interest maybe, you pick up certain of those words. So before we continue here, would you like to comment? Would you like to pick up some of those phrases or sentences or words and explain why was this one the first or second choice for you when you think about internationalization? Anyone? Come on. You typed it, so I'm sure there was the reason why. Anyone?
That what we associate with the term internationalization is not so much formal elements, but much more informal. So, for example, direct personal relationships, right? Integration of different academic communities. So there's a personal level is much more important to us than just the formal side of the process.
That's a great answer. You want to go?
I got it. The mic is here. Is anyone willing to make another comment? Anyone? Raise your hand. Okay, not at this point.
All right, not at the moment. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is probably how we individually understand internationalization, and we take it as granted that the formal setting is there, right? But actually, this is a different layer, I think, of thinking about internationalization, right? Do you share the feeling that it's different if you think about your personal experience and differently if you are about to talk on behalf of the university or an institute?
We have a development program or strategic program of the development of the university, which we develop each 5 years, and for the period of 5 years forward. And the first priority of this program is internationalization. And we build this internationalization by the contents of activity, what we would like to reach and what kind of indicators we would like to reach in internationalization. For example, we do it by involvement of all our departments, and all departments provide the recommendations what they would like to do in the sphere of internationalization. For example, in the sphere of education, academic exchange, in the sphere of joint publications or international conferences or international training, also in research activity such as project proposals and so on. And then we combine the proposals from the departments, and on the level of the rectorate there is an international office which collect all this information and summarize and put the concrete figures and concrete tasks for each year. So one general strategy is for 5 years with some general objectives, and also we concretize the achievements and what we would like to reach every year. And in the end of the year, every year we have a summarizing reports from the departments, and also we will revise them and include in annual rectorate report, which include the activity in the sphere of internationalization. But there is a really concrete indicators. For example, number of students, number of international students. We put the task to increase or to keep the same number of international students for the next year, or we would like to extend our activity in attracting international students from some regions, what we decide as a priorities for us. And also another issue is, for example, publications. We know that most of the university, they participate in different international rating system. The ranking system is also the part of internationalization, because this will allow to be to become more visible on international level for our university, and this is also a good instrument to attract students, because a lot of students or prospective students from other countries, they revise these international rankings results, and they can choose the universities and their programs also on the basis of these rankings. And we say that we need to publish, for example, for the ranking, the Times Higher Education. They have some limited number of international publications in peer-reviewed sources. It should be no less than 1,000. So the one indicator is to publish every year at least 1,000 publications in peer-reviewed journals and so on. Another thing is that we also focus on the development of study programs on English language, which is also today is very popular among all the universities, because this will be the instrument of the basement for the exchange, for attracting students by the different mobility programs, and also this will also promote some global programs to other prospective customers, and such global issues like sustainable development goals, sustainable development agriculture, because we're more focused on agricultural business, or alternative energy, or business economics, for example, and others. The other thing is that we also implement the concrete task for all the departments and all the faculties in the sphere of project proposals. So we say that at least 5 project proposals should be done by each faculty in a year, and then we can revise that. And this is also some kind of stimulation for them to work and to develop this activity, because the international project and participating in different kind of fundraising programs is also very important for us. And there are lots of other concrete indicators what we do, double degree programs, for example. Double degree programs is important from the point of view of also promoting our university and exchange of students, exchange of best practices, and also to have more students incoming, and those students who go abroad and become more competitive when they get this experience. They have more perspective to build their career in a better way at their homes. So, and for example, virtual semesters, especially within the last years when we had COVID-19 issues, when we didn't have chances for the face-to-face mobility, and we also established such a cooperation activity as a virtual semester, organizing with our partners from European Union and so on. And there are a lot of other things what I can mention, what we do as concrete points of our international strategy, the strategy of internationalization. And the careful monitoring of these indicators, and also discussing this with our faculties, with our departments, and also making some priorities, what is more important for the institution in general. For example, in our case, even our financing system depends from the indicators of internationalization. So how many projects we have, what amount of the resources we can attract by using that kind of financing from international projects. This is also the indicators of evaluation of our universities and institutions on the governmental level. So, and this priority is also move us forward to implement concrete figures in our development program, in our strategy, which includes internationalization. Even, for example, if we have a good position in international ranking, this will give us additional point in getting more finances from our government because of the position of the university. So there is indicators what we need to reach, because if we would like to have sustainable position, if we would like to be on the good position in our local rating and getting better financing system or more finances to attract from state budget. We need also to implement and to carefully monitor these indicators. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. It's definitely Rector's view on internationalization. I guess we agree. Before we move on, I was just thinking to pick up maybe one more. I see communication, and I'm wondering, did you mean intercultural communication or what other aspects? Would anyone like to comment on that? Is that an essential part of effective internationalization? Yeah, I see a hand.
Yes, I see you. Okay, let me just walk over and give you the microphone here. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Anna Koczko-Gajewska from this university. In fact, I personally wrote the flow of information, but it somehow is a part of this communication. In my opinion, as just ordinary worker, in big structure, there is sometimes a kind of inertia in the flow of information. So there might be good formal contracts and some cooperating agreements between the universities, but the flow of information top-down and bottom-up sometimes takes a lot of time, yes, especially in bigger universities. So if the information about opportunities doesn't go to the very bottom, it will be used only by those who are the most active. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else here? No? Okay, so it's back to the panel.
That's great. Thank you, Martin. I agree with several things with Professor Vadim, and for me, a really important part is the prioritization. You know, like when you are developing internationalization strategy, you really need to prioritize what you are looking from your partner. Okay, are you, like looking for academic collaboration, or are you looking for research collaboration? So because both may be different, both may go together also. So with the academic collaboration, you may be looking at a mobility of your student, like a internship, like a short-term internship, or like exchange of the faculties, or maybe developing combined courses, okay? But with the research collaboration, you may be looking for something like a global research, international research that benefits mutual, like a partnership and strategic, and meet the strategic goal of both of those institutions. These days, like with the LSU, we highly prioritize in both of those areas. Like academic collaboration is very, very important for us because we really want to promote our students to get those global perspective and then develop global citizen, okay? But at the same time, we really want to focus on research collaboration because that is the one that helps the ranking, global ranking of the institution. Because if we publish, as Professor Vadim says, if you publish in a really good journal, high impact factor journal, more number of publications, then that will increase the ranking level of the institute itself. So really need to decide what exactly is your priority. And then sometimes you need to take a slow steps, one step at a time, and then get into the academic one, and then slowly develop that connections, and then go into the research collaboration too. So with that said, I really want to ask the panelists, want to see and hear their experience on what are the different strategies that they actually use when they were developing the internationalization plan, okay? If they want to share, like I will start with Professor Julian.
Thank you. Well, I must say, in Europe, internationalization is no longer an option. Internationalization is mandatory. We pretend to be protagonists of the next century. That implies that all the universities have to design internationalization strategy. We design, we discuss, and get approved an internationalization strategy plan that was open to discussion. Our regional government decided to support internationalization at the university because, as I said, it's no longer something that you may consider. At least in Europe, if we want to be strong, we have to be united, and that's our option. And we had a key indicator, because once that the government decided to give us some funding, then we had clear indicator that both of you already mentioned. Mobility is the very one. I said that for me, student mobility is very important, as I said, but at the same time, that is forcing professor and staff to do some mobility. We are not lucky able to attract many free movers. I don't think I'm of any professor able to attract free mover. We in Almeria are very lucky because we had very good gastronomy, very good weather, safe and cheap country. So I don't have to work when I was a vice chancellor to attract many Erasmus students, but I must confess that we don't have many free movers. And then you say international PhD thesis or joint PhD thesis, also joint degrees. We had, I think to remember, 7, 8 key indicators. In my first intervention, I said that we had some requisites that we had to accomplish to attract a student, and we later had some indicator that allowed the real assessment of the success of that internationalization. So, in my opinion, of course, internationalization had to be part of the general strategy, but I confess that we developed the internationalization strategy in our vice chancellorship. Later, we had to integrate into a general, and must be aligned, I finished, must be aligned with the internationalization strategy of the Spanish university. We belong to the system, and we are not playing a different game. Okay, that's my point of view.
So that's a really good point, you know. And then if you think about it, it can be a separate document, or it can be a part of the general strategy. But what I feel like is it should be both. Okay, and again, it all comes with like a prioritization, and then you need to really rank what is important. So if you wanna, if you have enough resources that you can align, then you may wanna specifically focus on that particular plan, and you may want to make it a separate, like a document, okay? But you don't have enough resources, and you really want to make sure that the plan aligns with the institutional strategic goal, then you want to make it together. You want to make it combined. So again, it's all important how much resources you can actually pull together to develop that plan, and like how much time you have. So like it can be either way. It's like not wrong, but in many cases, like I say that internalization is, is combined. Professor Vadim, you want to comment anything on that?
In our case, we use internationalization strategy as a part of general strategy of our university, but we are now thinking about also creating a separate internationalization strategy in more detailed explanations and with more concrete tasks and indicators as a separate document. So we will continue to use the same way as we did already within the last 15 years when we did this 5-year strategic program for all institutions, with the first priority of internationalization where the global indicators, let's say, on the institutional level. But there are a lot of specific indicators should be also included on the level of the faculty, on the level of the departments, what is also essential to support and monitor what we are thinking that this more concrete and separate internationalization strategy will be also developed in the framework of existing global strategic program of the university.
Thank you, Professor Vadim. Do anyone want to comment on this, or like anyone want to share their experience on the good practices that they use
We have
during
one
developing the internationalization plan or the strategies?
Yes. Hi, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, hello, my name is Margarita Calderon-Peter from Boku University in Austria. And thank you for all the interesting contributions. I ticked it might be both, although I didn't find my preferred answer in these three ones, because I think it has to be a separate document that should be referring closely to the general strategy. And the reason why I think it this way is that I mean, at Boku we have had an internationalization strategy since 1998, and I had the honor to be part of the negotiations since then. And we always had a separate internationalization strategy with strong linkages to our general strategies with regard to teaching and research. But the reason why I think it's extremely helpful to have a separate document is that, as you know, rectorates are changing, and the importance of internationalization might also be changing in view of different rectorates. And if you have a separate strategic document and support from the broad university members, then it's much easier to convince a rectorate that it's an important topic that has to be followed irrespective of other topics that might be as well important at the moment. And therefore, I think it should be a separate document with strong linkages to the general strategy, and it has to be adapted in regular intervals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margareta, for that comment. I couldn't agree more with you. Well, I'll be very, very honest with you. So here in Warsaw, at this university, international cooperation, that's how it is actually defined in the general strategy, is a part of that. It's one of the strategic goals. To be very precise, I think we aim at effective international cooperation. That's how we pronounce it. But my feeling some years ago, maybe 2 years ago, and also the team I work with, was that we deserve something special. We deserve something more than just to be a part of general strategy. So we started some internal discussions, and based on that, having a chance to have this event, we said, okay, let's check what we learn, and then we finally decide if we need to get another document focusing only on internationalization strategy, or are we happy with how it looks right now? And I have the feeling that people around internationalization are always more progressive. They always want more. So maybe it's a good idea to have a separate document, to be a kind of new direction for all the other columns of strategy that we also like to change, because it's all linked together, right? I mean, you talk about education, research, sustainability, entrepreneurship, and everything jointly. So, yeah, that's probably the way we should go, right? Anyone else to comment on? Yeah, Jeroen, go ahead. In the front.
Jeroen, here is your.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm a bit in between everything which I've heard so far. I'm Jeroen Ouburg, I work for Wageningen University in Research. And within our university, it has been part of our overall plan and integrated elements for more than 2 decades. But when looking at it, I'm always thinking, is it actually working? Is it clear that internationalization is part of everything that we do? And I have the tendency to say no. But on the other hand, I'm also thinking, is it a separate goal? Is the goal on itself that we pursue as a university? And I also have to say no. So for me, it's a little bit struggling where to fit it in. And I tend to lean towards a general strategy because it is, as you mentioned, Marta, part of everything that we do. But it sometimes needs a little bit more attention to make things work. But that also goes for all the other activities. So I'm a little bit in a pendulum.
Yeah, and if you put it apart, it seems like it's something different, right? And this is also not what we like to achieve. We like to see internationalization in all the other activities we do. So it's an easy question, but difficult answer, I think. And I think, Lucas, Do you want to comment on that? Yeah, go ahead.
I got it. Lukas Pospišil, Fellowship of the Ring.
Thank you. Yeah. Lukáš Pospišil, Agriculture University of Iceland, and of course Unigreen. So from my perspective, I was recently involved in writing 2 internationalization strategies, and both of them are over 40, 50 pages. And when I would introduce something like that to the leadership of the university, that's your wonderful, general strategy. Now I will squeeze in 40 pages of internationalization strategy with all the objectives, specific goals, actions, KPIs, agents, etc. Because I go to very much, into detail to make sure that it is going to be really realized and that we can really check how we are standing after a few years. Then I think nobody will be really happy. So I'm more in favor of that separate document with very close links to the overall general strategy of the university.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what we're talking about. We are talking about different document, or we are talking about following directions. Because if we are talking about a strategic plan, I suppose in most cases, at least at the University of Almería, we elaborated a separated document that was integrated in a general strategy plan that is, in this case, both. But we work on our own. We don't follow any indication how to develop or design the strategic plan. The people working in internationalization knows better than some other where we should go. And then, because we are part of the community, that strategic plan designed by the internationalization by chancellorship had to be exposed and subjected to a debate. So I think that the 3 answers can be the same. At the end, both because you integrate a separate document into the general strategy. But I don't like to follow direction. I don't like to follow indication. I think I work with my team and develop what I think the best for my university. That's as I think that we should work. Listening to many people at the very beginning and trying to, that could be a really collage and a puzzle, impossible to conciliate many point of view. We know that at the university we have silly professor and a smart professor. So if we follow what a silly professor is suggesting, then we are making a mess. We have a responsibility, we take that responsibility, and we develop the general strategy.
That's great. Thank you, Professor Julian. It looks like we all agree that it can be a mixed approach, but it needs to be a separate document that aligns with the institution's vision, mission, and strategic goals. So that's really great. Now we want to move on to another question. I want to ask the panelists, what do they think, who should be included in drafting the internationalization strategies? What do you think? How do you, what are the different, who are the different persons that you involve when you are working on your institutional strategic goals?
Okay. I fully agree with that what is indicated on the screen, that most of people, 100% people answered, most of them answered that this should be based on the mixed approach, because it's difficult to say that you will build the strategy on the top-down approach when you will just say people what to do. And in that case also, if you will need to reach some general goals and some general ideas or mission, you should also use that top-down. But mostly we use the bottom-up approach. When we listen ideas and collect ideas and proposals from the level of the departments and the faculties, and then summarize that and build up the general document which combine all aspects of our internationalizations, because some departments, some directions is quite different. And for example, if you have, we have 13 faculty and 3 institutes, and some of them, they are very specific. And their goals of achieving this, for example, this year the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine is step up on the way to get this international recognition or accreditation. This is also part of the strategy to reach that accreditation, which will allow them to have more open opportunities on the international level. But this is their specific goal. This is not the goal on the level of all institutions. And from this case, I absolutely agree with the audience, what they answered, that mixed approach is probably the most effective way to build up internationalization strategy.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor Vadim. Professor Julian, what do you think? Like, who should be involved when we develop the internalization strategy? You know, like we agree that it needs to be a mixed approach, but in that, like, who are the individuals, different individuals that needs to be
well, everybody,
involved?
Everybody. But let me be clear: top down. Top down. If you rely on the people working on developing a strategy plan, you're crazy. You are lost. They are not going to do it. You can get the opinion of all people. But you have the duty, you have a responsibility, just do it. Develop with your team. And then you get suggestion from everybody. And it would be stupid if you get useful suggestions and you don't integrate them into the document. But at least in my university, if I decide, okay, we are open a discussion, and then we meet in the gym, and then we decide that it could be crazy, that's not operative. I mean, nobody doing it that way, top down. That's and then you integrate point of view that could be useful, and then you develop and polish. I forgot to say that it takes some time to transform a national campus into an international campus in not less than 10 years. But you have to evaluate the result every year or every 2 years. You have a key indicator, and then you say, okay, I'm going in the right direction. If I'm going in the wrong direction, then you say, okay, I resign, I did something wrong, or we have to rethink about the direction. But of course, top down, we are at the university. We know how the system works, at least in Spain.
Achut, I think we have 2 more questions or comments from the audience, if we may.
Please go ahead.
Okay, Justyna Szostak, Gdańsk University of Technology.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Just to go back to the previous question, but it's related to this one. I think that the key question is, what do we define? I mean, how do we define an international strategy? Because we can have in mind 2 different documents. The first one is the vision, where we would like to be 10 years ahead. And then the question is how we are going to reach that goal. So there are 2 different documents. The first one is the strategy, how we would like to develop, what is our future, and then how we are going to reach the goal. And there, it's like the operational document, the second one. And it's not the rector sitting down and actually drafting it. It's the team of experts who are showing possible routes after a detailed SWOT analysis. And then, of course, it's the leadership that says yes or no. But the team of experts consists of every group of the stakeholders, starting from students, alumni, professors, administration, technical staff, HR departments. So it's a teamwork, and it's the collaboration of people of different groups. But when it comes to the vision, where we would like to be, I think this is the time for the leadership to tell us what kind of strategic partnerships, what kind of strategic decisions we should take. But of course, a good leader listens to the people that the leader is leading. So it is like the result of consultation, but it's like the leadership and then the experts with two different documents. And then the question is, what are we talking about? The operational document with indicators, or are we talking about the vision?
I would say we talk about the strategy like you defined it. So we are really about the vision. And actually, I was wondering how many of us were thinking while answering this question about European universities. One of the most vivid idea developed in Europe nowadays, and it's very much top-down. It was the leaders' decision to get engaged and to find partners for that. So I agree that the vision should probably come from the very top, based on some internal discussion, and it's different from the operational plan, or we can call it differently, but something that is much more on the execution. But there were more comments, sorry, because I interrupted. I think there was one more.
We have one more from the
I
home
want to comment
team.
on that, and then we will go to the another question. So that was a really, really good point. Okay, so two important documents, strategy. So one is the vision that you said. Okay, this is the goal that we are going, and then you need to develop a roadmap in order to achieve and meet that goal. Okay, so the leadership, the top leadership, always involved on setting up that goal. Okay, and then the individuals that we want to involve on developing the plan is the leadership, and then comes to the faculty, and then comes to the staff. And sometimes we forget to involve the students, because students' bodies are very, very critical and a very important component that needs to be involved in developing that plan, because they are the one, if we do the academic exchange program, they are the one who will be participating. If the student doesn't really like and interested on that program, they will not participate, and that program will not be successful. So, student. And then the third, last component that we realize, and then is a very much important one, is the alumni. Okay, so a lot of alumni at LSU, our alumni are around the globe and leading several different institutions, several different programs, and we want to capitalize on that strength, and we want to involve them, so those alumni really guide our program. Okay, really guide. Their input are so much important. So we are reaching to our alumni, we are corresponding with them, and then involving them into when we are developing our strategic goal and internalization plan. So, like we need to really make sure that it comes from the top down, as well as sometimes, like it goes from the bottom up. So it should be a mixed approach. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. We have one from Kasia Specjalska from Warsaw University of Life Sciences here.
I wanted to comment, but Justyna already said what I wanted to mention. But then you enter the European University Initiative, or the other networks. They have their own strategy goals within the internationalization. And the question to the panelists and also to the audience, how to deal with so many documents. And then what Marta said, we were facing the idea of the creation of the internationalization strategy for this university. But then we'll have the general document, and the internationalization strategy document, then we have the UniGreen internationalization strategy, and how to deal with so many documents and not to get lost within the approach and the goal in the end, which should be, I guess, in common with all of those different initiatives. And then we enter the EuroLeague for Life Sciences, another strategic network of our university. So the question to the panelists and also to the audience now, how to not to get lost within all of those different strategies and different goals in the end, I guess.
Not an easy one. If we knew it, we had this document. But I think at least up to a certain extent, there are joint goals. We all share more or less the same European values, or the same European values. So I think really, to some extent, there will be no problem that all of those documents, they are quite, let's say, similar. But if we make them that similar, it means they are not specific and they don't match our particular needs. So there is a kind of equilibrium that we need to find. I don't have an easy answer right now, and I think there's a homework to do on that. I don't know if you have any idea how to match all of those elements to make it one comprehensive and working idea.
In my opinion, all of them have to be, in my opinion, global. global, with a special focus in our case to Europe, because we mostly rely on Erasmus program, and then the main destination for my student is Europe, and then it should be focusing in this continent. But also, as I mentioned before, I think that for my student, it could be very interesting to have some partnership with the Asian university and then to look.
I'm sorry for interrupting, just one short comment. In this question, you can give many answers. So you don't need to focus on only one. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
So I repeat that in some cases you have to focus on some specific country because you think that for your student it could be very profitable to have a career in Korea, Taiwan, or China, or that it could be. Internationalization at home, for sure, you have to develop. That is one of the main, if you want to attract your student, you have to offer them home, a place where they feel that they are at home, that they can move comfortable, and that is part of the strategy. Also, we develop what we call the Welcome Center. That's something for the people to visit your university to get the attention that they deserve. You have to make easy for them the visit, the transition to a new university. But in general, the answer to this question it had to be mostly global with a special focus in our case in Europe because we rely on Erasmus program mostly. And I agree mostly with you. The only problem when you decide to consider all point of view is that if you have been negotiating with somebody, at the end you have to reach a compromise. And the compromise can be far from true. Then you have to reach a compromise, but that's not the right decision. My student would say, okay, give me more money to go to South America. And the student stakeholder, they say that, they say, it is not the best for you. Okay, but give us something. Yeah, I prefer to take the decision, sorry.
If you allow, I also would like to make some comments about the dimensions, what we can include in our internationalization strategy. I agree with the global direction, but also this depends much from the concrete indicators or some tasks we implement. For example, in the sphere of promoting our academic programs, attracting international students, the dimensions should be different from the, for example, research activity or other goals of internationalization. And in that case, for example, the main source of students for our part of the world, of our university, is Asian country, African country, and China, and so on. So from that point of view, the dimension should be focused on that regions, and we should also implement some marketing plans and activity, how to promote our programs there. And from the point of view of the mobility program, from the point of view of the following up the way of our future association to the European Union, there are a lot of instruments exist in the sphere of international cooperation, which includes Erasmus and Horizon Europe and other programs. What would be also some priorities in that kind of cooperation. So, but we always pay attention to the assessment of the existing cooperation, existing partnership, what kind of agreements, what kind of partners we have, what kind of activity we have at present, and what we should do to accelerate or to change something in that way. Because, for example, we have partners from all over the world, and it's about 100 agreements, but the American universities as our partners, they have absolutely different fundamentals for the cooperation than in Europe, for example. So from this point of view, I think that this should be mixed also somehow, but of course with the focus on the global approach. So we need to keep contacts and to develop the many dimensions strategy.
For us also, we focus very much on the global strategy. I will give you an example. So with LSU, we have around 1,600 international students. Those are from 107 different countries. They are actually, like at LSU, taking classes in person. And those 1,600 students bring LSU with the Louisiana State actually $69 million in revenue. Okay? So that's only direct academic collaboration, like academic internalization. So there are so much research collaboration around the globe that we partner with several different institutions, like including the Warsaw University of Life Sciences. But at the same time, like global partnership is really important, but we also promote internationalization at home also. That means that we provide a lot of courses in different languages. Okay, we connect students and then provide them digital internship, because right after the pandemic, there are so much advancement in digital technology, and we need to capitalize on that. So if we I agree that may not be sustainable, that may not provide soft skill, but at the same time that could be achieved by aligning very few resources, and then you can actually get that experience, your students, that global perspective at home also. So I think we are running out of a little bit of time. We have another audience want to make some comments?
Let's continue. It's a nice discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Katarzyna, for the challenging question. What is the internationalization strategy, and for which organization, entity, or what is it? And I was wondering, if it's clear for your own organization, you have an internationalization strategy, you want to go somewhere, you want to reach a goal. But if you look at the European University, you see this as a separate entity, an own organization with an own staffing. It has its own strategy. But does it have to be aligned with the strategy of each participating university? Question mark. Because it's an own entity with an own direction. And it might want to reach the same goal, but I wonder whether the strategies of the participating universities need to be aligned fully if you see it as a separate entity. Question mark. I don't know whether this is a question or an answer or a direction, but it is how we can look at it. And I see that Sebastian probably has some triggering thoughts.
Well, let's go to Sebastian, but we need to wrap it up.
I was just going to add, you're looking at the European University, but of course you can look at each faculty. Should the strategy of each faculty be aligned? And then the last example I want to give is how you view internationalization, because we often view it as country-based. But does it make sense? So to give an example, working with Strasbourg University, we thought, well, wait a minute, we're working with Karlsruhe and Basel in Switzerland and Germany, but this is local regional activity. And when we work with Paris, that should be international, because actually the country definition doesn't make sense for us. So I think at each level you can go deeper into the questions, and that's what makes it fascinating.
I think we will not finalize this discussion right now, but there is 1 hour for coffee break, which we can use to try to answer those questions and to exchange with each other. Before we leave this session, I would like to just present the answers which we did not respond, but maybe we should also take into consideration during the break. So we were actually also wondering if we should talk about the time frame of a strategy. We can maybe just give half a minute to answer this question, so we see what are our ideas and then digest it over the break. And once we have those answers, then I think we can also check what are the final 2 questions we had for you. It's just food for thoughts for you while drinking the coffee. So you can keep on answering, but the last 2 questions are, I'll start reading it for you. We were also wondering if you would be interested to discuss the role of digital tools and the concept of virtual cross-border collaboration as an important possibly important part of internationalization strategy? And finally, should value creation or ethics be considered as an essential part of such strategy? So these are the final thoughts of us. Thank you very much for your openness, for sharing your experience. I know it's just a little what you managed to say, but we have the whole day, including the evening, so please feel free to approach our panelists, to talk to each other, and we meet, I think, in an hour, right?
That is correct, yes, yes. We have an hour. So let's give a big hand to our panelists to thank them for their participation. Marta Mendel, Achyut Adhikari, Vadim Tkachuk, and Julian Cuevas. A big round of applause, and we have some gifts for them. I'm not sure if you know that here in Warsaw we are famous for many things, but one is manufacturing chocolate, and here we have a special gift for each of our panelists. I'll show you one, if I may. Hold on, let's just show everyone what we're giving you. This is a Wedel chocolate wafer. This is a special cake, hand decorated. It's been made in Warsaw for more than 100 years. A German family under the name of Wedel came here in the 19th century, and they're still producing it here. So once again, a big round of applause for our panelists, and thank you very much. Coffee break, 1 hour. We meet back here at 12:15. Thank you very much. See you guys. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break. We're still here in Warsaw and halfway through the day at the beautiful campus of Warsaw University of Life Sciences. In front of us, we have the next point on our agenda, which is panel number 2, entitled Internationalization, European Universities for Ukraine from the perspective of several Polish universities. And here with me are our excellent panelists with the chair of this session, Professor Karol Chrobak. Give him a big hand, Karol Chrobak. Hi, Karol. Hello. Hi. Ladies and gentlemen, not sure if you know, Karol is combining the best of two most important Polish cities, namely Warsaw and Kraków. Do you care to tell us why?
Why? Just because the Krakow Jagiellonian University is my alma mater, so I'm still collaborating quite closely with this university, and I'm trying to teach them what's best in natural sciences, life sciences, which are represented by Warsaw University of Life Sciences, and to get their attention right. And I'm quite successful in that, I suppose.
Congratulations, beautiful. Karol is chairing the session and is also the local project manager for the UniGreen network here in Warsaw. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Professor Svetlana Loboda. Sveta, welcome, a big hand, of course, yes. And Sveta, where are you from?
My native town, Lugansk, and now this town occupied by Russian. But I never say Lugansk is Russian land. Forever, Lugansk is most biggest administrative center of Ukraine.
Yes, and you are here in Warsaw in what professional capacity?
Now I'm working as a professor at the Institute of Sociological Sciences and Pedagogy at the SGGW. I'm a habilitated doctor in pedagogy.
Beautiful. Welcome, Sveta. Thank you very much. Next up, we have our good friend from Lodz University of Technology, Professor Dorota Piotrowska. Well, Dorota, yes, tell us, because you are also working for a university, European University Alliance. Can you tell us which one?
Yeah, this is ECAU, European Consortium of Innovative Universities.
What is your main function there?
I'm institutional coordinator, so coordinating all activities at on my university level.
And I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Dorota is one of the most busy people in Poland that I know. So thank you very much for finding the time to be here with us. Welcome. Thank you. And we have with us Professor Mariusz Mazurkiewicz from Wrocław University of Science and Technology. Big hand for Professor Mazurkiewicz as well. Okay. I understand, Professor, you also represent one of the European alliances. Can you tell us a few words about that?
I have a pleasure. This is UNITE, Alliance of Technical Universities in Europe, 9 universities. The alliance was created in 2019. We joined 2022.
Beautiful. Thank you for being here. Welcome. And I give the floor over to Professor Karol Chrobak.
Okay. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to open the second session of the conference on internationalization strategy. And the topic of this session is the collaboration of European universities with Ukrainian partners, primarily within the framework of the Solidarity with Ukraine program funded by the National Agency for Academic Exchange. So I'm very honored, really, to welcome our guests in the panel. First, I give maybe a bit more academic introduction of my guests. So in the order of appearance, first Professor Svetlana Loboda from Warsaw University of Life Sciences, right? Hello. Then Professor Mariusz Mazurkiewicz from Wrocław University of Science and Technology. That's very important information. Professor represents here the alliance UNITE. That's very important, but at the end of the name there is also exclamation mark. So UNITE. And Professor Dorota Piotrowska from Łódź University of Technology, representing the alliance ECIU. And I'm also here, right, an active participant of the session, representing another, right, very important European alliance, which is the Green European University UniGreen. So the session is divided into 3 parts. The first one is an opening speech, then presentations delivered by representatives of all 3 alliances, and then we will go to the discussion part. So I invite to the floor Professor Svetlana Loboda, just to give us a short, right, introduction about the situation of higher education institutions in Ukraine, about challenges they face in this difficult wartime, and also about needs, both current and future, when the terrible war finally ends. So please, Professor Loboda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to present my paper at this conference. As a Ukrainian professor who has had to flee the war twice, first in June 2014, when Russian forces occupied my alma mater, Lugansk Taras Shevchenko National University, and again in February 2022, while I was working at the National Aviation University in Kyiv. I am deeply grateful for the chance to continue my research and share it with you today. I am also grateful to my colleagues from SGGW, with whom I have had the honor of working for the past 3 years. At the beginning of the UniGreen Plus UA project, I was coordinator. The war in Ukraine caused significant destabilization across many aspects of public life, with science and education among the most vulnerable sectors. Educational institutions forced to accept restrictions and threats have faced the challenge of ensuring the safety, reliability, accessibility of education in the most difficult condition. The war has led to issues of accessibility and safety of education. Many children have lost access to education, while teachers continue to work in regions where hostilities are ongoing or could resume, often under the threat of shelling. This condition demands careful planning of education processing and the establishment of safe, effective learning environments amid the ongoing conflict. Since the beginning, Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, 3,793 educational institutions have been bombed and shelled, and 335 of them have been destroyed. The aggressor claims that only military targets in our country are being struck. However, the Ministry of Education and Science has combined numerous facts and arguments to refute this assertion, documenting the destruction of schools, universities, kindergartens, and orphanages by Russian troops. The Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine regularly updates data on the destruction and damaged educational institution on its platform in the form of an interactive map. However, the most irreplaceable loss is that of human lives. Approximately 80 Ukrainian assistants have lost their lives during the full-scale war. Currently, around 1,500 scientists are serving in the armed forces. Let me present the results of the survey of Academy City Science Park of Kyiv Academy University of the National Academy of Science. The survey was completed by 2,173 scientists. 47% of scientists stayed in Ukraine. It did not change their place of residence. 38% are in Ukraine but have changed their place of residence. 14% of scientists have moved abroad. Among those living abroad, 25% are in Poland and 27% are in Germany. When asked whether they could engage in scientific activities to the same extent as in the pre-war period, 72% said they could not afford it. The primary reasons cited by the authors of the study include lack of interest, apathy, safety factor, the specific of the work that requires staying at the workplace. For example, if a person has moved, they do not have access to the laboratory. Technical reasons, internet and communication outage, power outage, etc. In particular, the most pronounced needs related to scientific activities are fundraising, networking, access to electronic databases of scientific information, development of professional competence and career opportunities, improving academic English. It is important to highlight that during the war, Ukrainian scientists were offered significant opportunities for international assistance. I would like to emphasize the role of organizations such as UniGreen, which provide excellent resources to address these challenges. Prospects for the recovery of education in Ukraine, the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine is considered the following issues. Education in time of war requires coordination and cooperation between state authorities, international communities, local organizations, social workers, and independent experts to ensure maximum educational opportunities and protection of children and youth in the learning environment. To guarantee access to education, it is necessary to provide the system with sufficient funding, infrastructure and equipment. It is necessary to provide education processes not only with methodological materials, but also with social and emotional support, cultural activities, and access to the latest technologies. To enhance the training and competencing of teachers and lecturers in working with students who have learning disabilities or psychological trauma, ensuring the full adaptation within the educational environment. Thank you for your attention, please.
So thank you very much for giving us the broad picture of the situation of higher education institutions in Ukraine. It is really a topic which should be addressed by the European Union in general, but also by European universities. So we are trying to do that, and one of the very important framework that allows us to do that has been created by NAVA, right, by the program just mentioned, Solidarity with Ukraine. So now I would like to go to the second part of our session, which is about presentations. How it was, right, with our cooperation with Ukrainian partners within the NAVA program. So first, I would like to invite Professor Mazurkiewicz to give the short, about 10-minute long, right, presentation about the UNITE exclamation mark cooperation with Ukrainian partners. So the floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you. So we did a very simple thing. I mean, we decided to incorporate Ukrainian partners into the ongoing work of UNITE European University Alliance. It was very simple selection of the area of activity because we as a Wrocław University of Science and Technology, we are responsible for the green work package in the framework of Erasmus Plus UNITE project. So we decided to incorporate not one Ukrainian university into the, let's say, common activities. We decided to do a review of the list of our good partners in Ukraine, and we offer the cooperation in the framework of UNITE and in the framework of this special NAVA project in the framework of Solidarity of Ukraine with Ukraine program. We offer this cooperation to 7 universities. 7 somehow verified universities by having good history of existing cooperation before we enter UNITE European University Alliance. As you may notice, on the list there are universities, pure technical universities and universities with some technical or engineering departments. It was the key to start this cooperation. The map is showing actually the geographical range of this big consortium of 16 universities. It means 9 European universities plus 7 Ukrainian universities. You may notice that on the list we also have National Agency for Quality Assurance in Ukraine. It is because we decided to somehow pay attention for education, for green education in Ukrainian universities. And in the framework of actually 2 projects financed by NAVA, we did one action about general principles of green transition in Ukrainian universities. It was exactly in line with all UNITE efforts we did in 2020. Third, and ongoing project about education for green transition. which is somehow more focused on the educational part of the university's activity. Because of those two projects, we show the Ukrainian partners the perspective of European University Alliance. By the occasion, or taking into account the project as an inspiration for further cooperation, some partners, some Ukrainian partners, decided to submit application about Ukrainian University Alliance to the Erasmus Plus competition organized in February this year. It was a tangible outcome of our cooperation. As well, we are going to have more tangible outcomes, especially in the field of micro-credentials. This is especially for my colleague from the panel. And we are going to somehow improve green education, at least for the beginning, in 7 Ukrainian universities. More or less, it's all. I should mention as well about summer schools. We organized it 2 times in September 2023, and this year in total we host 126 participants from Ukraine. It's quite a huge number, so we did it in the framework as well of green transition. And I think for start it's enough information. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for giving us some insights into the cooperation between Wrocław University of Science and Technology with the Ukrainian partners. And now I would like to ask Professor Dorota Piotrowska from Łódź University of Technology to give us some speech about the collaboration from the side of your alliance, ECIU.
Yes, ECIU, thank you very much for the invitation. My very first question will be, can I stand up?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
so please, the
you know,
computer
it's
is
like
yours.
with my
then.
moving personality, it's like
Okay.
quite challenging to stay seated.
Well, I understand, the same as me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, please, you can operate the computer just.
Yeah, I hopefully will manage to find my presentation, or it is maybe the next one. Just, yeah?
So, yes, you can just jump to
Yeah,
the.
good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Next
this
slide.
is mine. I recognize mine. Yes, hello once again. My name is Dorota Piotrowska, being a coordinator, institutional coordinator for ECIU Alliance. Our alliance has been established like 25 years ago. In 2019, we decided to apply for this new status, new identity of European University, and since that time we have double identity. Right now we are acting also as a European University. Today I'd like to share with you some basic information about 2 projects we run with NAVA support, and the first one run was in 2023, it was already mentioned, and the second one, second iteration, we are running right now. Then I would like to share some information and some results of a research we conducted within this project with CHEPS, Center for Higher Education Policy Studies in Netherlands, covering different perspectives on the future development of Ukrainian universities. So let's get started with some basic information about the project. As you can see, the main objective, the main perspective mission from our side was to foster international integration of Ukrainian universities. So we wanted to bring all Ukrainian partners a bit closer to the current development and current trends in higher education in Europe. So that was our very first idea and very first mission. And of course, you know it, the project was founded by the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, so-called NAVA. here you have a list of 10 universities, 10 Ukrainian universities participating in this project. All of them are public, different types, from comprehensive universities to typically technical universities. Different sizes, like from 3,000 students up to 30,000 students. So we managed to get really broad perspective on what's going on currently in higher education in Ukraine. What are the main activities we carried out? So first of all, we decided to continue and to focus on what we found, well, useful and innovative for Ukrainian universities during the first iteration, right, of the project. So during the first run, we did a lot of different activities, but then we realized that only some part of our activities are really useful and needed. So that is why in the second run, we decided to focus on innovation in teaching and learning and introducing challenge-based learning approach. As you probably know, this is the key trend, a key, I would say, pillar for European higher education, challenge-based research, challenge-based learning, challenge-based teaching. So that is why we started with CBL approach, and then we also organized some, well, specialized, I would say, teaching trainings for in teaching and learning for our partners. And we also decided to start some, well, integration activities in the field of research. Okay, I will move, you know, quite quick through next slide just to let you get the impression how did it look like. So for example, challenge-based innovation, challenge-based research, we decided to invite our partners to the event organized by the city of Łódź. It was City Regeneration Congress, and we wanted them to share some first findings, how to recover Ukrainian universities after the wartime. Then we invited our partners to Kaunas, in Lithuania, because we organized ECIU forum, the big forum, for all participants, all ECIU members. So that was a great opportunity for them to share some, you know, practice and experiences, not only with us, with Polish universities, but also to get some inspiration from other partners of ECIU Alliance. And then, of course, in 2 weeks, we are organizing the final conference. And this time we decided to give a floor to Ukrainian universities. So it is very interesting for me because the conference will be fully led by Ukrainian partners, right? So we ask them to organize this session around the strategy, around the research, and around the teaching and learning strategies for Ukrainian universities. So the conference will take place on the 15th of November, so feel invited if you wish. Of course, this is Łódź University of Technology. Okay, so a few slides showing those different events, just to let you, as for trainings, as it was already mentioned, we focused on micro-credentials, CBL approach, and also we organized a special training for lectors, because we do believe that it is very important to, right now, design a sort of strategy. So we are very happy to share this activity with CHEPS, European Higher Education Policy Study Center. And the last part of this activity will be done in December this year. Okay, few slides, pictures. Yeah. Talent-based research. We organized a sort of fusion week and a research week for Ukrainian universities, matching different scientists and researchers with different scientists and researchers from our university. Yeah. And the last thing we are trying to, I told you at the beginning that our first mission was to get Ukrainian universities closer to the current trends in European Union and European higher education system. And the last activity is very much connected to European degree and European blueprint for European degree. So we started some discussions with Ukrainian partners about how to make it happen, how to make European degree or joint degree or double degree or triple degree, how to make it possible, how to make it achievable. And this is very much connected to Ukrainian quality assurance agency, which is also very active in this activity. So as you can see, our first mission was to get them closer and to let them feel that they are really close to what's going on currently in the European higher education system. Okay, and now very quickly, few results from our study on the current situation in Ukrainian higher education system. That was the survey conducted among not only rectors, but also administrative staff, also academic staff from 10 universities. And let me share with you a few questions, not all of them, because it was pretty long. But I'd like to share with you some results, and I do hope it will be a very good introduction to our further discussion. So first of all, how has the ongoing war in Ukraine impacted your university and long-term strategic planning and operations? So first of all, they said that transition to distance learning was the most important step they had to take. Then strategic prioritization, and adaptation. So they had to re-evaluate the strategy. This is really impressive. And what they are acting, how they are operating right now, how they are adapting the long-term strategies to this very dynamic situation of the world. Then infrastructure and resources challenges. So many universities, as it was mentioned by Professor Svetlana, has suffered significant infrastructure damage, right? So they lose a lot of highly qualified academic staff, and also they had some, so of course the mobility of students is very much reduced right now, so they need to somehow solve this challenge as well. Focus on community support and humanitarian efforts. So right now they have shown that they had to move at least some activities toward community building activities, toward like helping, supporting, being useful not only for themselves, but also supporting the environment. So this is also important. They also highlighted the international cooperation and partnership issue, where right now we feel very strongly that Ukrainian partners, they need this international cooperation, they need this international support. Then they also said that right now they need to be very flexible and adapt all like activities, also educational and research activities, to the dynamic situation. And of course, despite this, very dynamic situation, they, of course, had to implement the crisis management in a very advanced level. at a very advanced level. However, they are also, after re-evaluation, long-term strategies, they set up short-term strategies, but on the basis of the short-term strategies, they are still able to design the long-term strategies and design some, main missions and ambitions in post-war Ukraine. Okay, very quickly, I will share with you those slides, so maybe because today we have no time to go through all of them, but I would like to show you only, titles: flexible learning environments, crisis management and safety measures, technological enhancements, shorter planning horizons, international cooperation, innovative educational programs, and community engagement and local partnerships. All this is very much present in the current strategy for higher education in Europe. This is something amazing for me, because this research has shown that Ukrainian universities are incredibly mature and incredibly advanced in solving some challenges that we are facing on the daily basis as European universities. And that's really impressive. That's really impressive that they already managed to solve something that we are very much afraid of. Okay, I will skip some slides because I think it's better to go to our discussion. And of course, I will move to challenges, maybe. Right now, there are some challenges that are very, I would say, important for many universities in Ukraine. First of all, safety and security concerns. Okay, and this war impacted for sure very much educational processes. So right now they are focusing very much on how to ensure the safe educational environment. That's a challenge. That's a challenge, how to make this education safe. Yes, so infrastructure, I think that's clear. Equipment is needed. Displacement of students and faculties. So this is also a challenge our partners in Ukraine must face on the daily basis. Psychological impact mentioned already by Professor Svetlana. Financial strain, educational continuity for military students, international isolation and mobility restrictions for some students in Ukraine, and maintaining academic engagement. This is also very important, how to balance in a good way online learning with in-person learning. How to organize, safe learning environment by, maintaining this educational engagement, academic engagement. And just to conclude, after this research, that was very clear for all of us that there is a high level of convergence among Ukrainian universities in very strategic actions and maturity regarding the contemporary role of universities in our world. And in many respects, European universities could learn from Ukraine. As I said, Ukraine has already accomplished many of objectives that are outlined in the European strategy for universities. So congratulations, and let us learn from you. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for this very instructive and informative presentation about the cooperation and collaboration with the Ukrainian side. Especially, thank you very much for this part about research, about survey. What are really the needs of the Ukrainian side? And I see many overlaps, right, between Ukrainian universities and our universities. So I suppose we might really learn much from each other. So now I allow myself to say a few words about the Unigreen experience in the NAVA project. I just put it aside. I don't need it. Okay. So let's jump to Unigreen support for Ukrainian academia. And that's an example of our very friendly collaboration with our Ukrainian colleagues and friends. Both photos were made just a few weeks ago in the SGGW campus. We're planting a micro forest called Miyawaki forest, the first such a planting in Polish university campus. So we are both planting some beautiful trees, which are our future. So maybe I will cite kierownik Katarzyna Specjalska, who to this slide attached a very interesting comment, right? There is always right time to do right things. So this is right, and I hope that we'll still do many right things in the future. So, but coming to the more, let's say, technical part of my presentation, our adventure with the support for solidarity with Ukraine program, it dates back to 2022, when we just started to think about how to design the proposal. Then 2023, it was the first edition of the NAVA project, called by us Unigreen plus UA 1.0. And then the next year, which is the current one, 2024, we are still doing, for example, here in this conference, the second edition of the Ukrainian project Unigreen plus UA 2.0. So how we started? So we started in 2022 by inviting partner universities from Ukraine to join to the project. They were two universities. The first from Kyiv, National University of Life and Environmental Sciences of Ukraine, and the second one is Podia State University from Kamieniec-Podilski. We were collaborating with them by conducting the needs analysis, and then we presented the conclusions, the results of this analysis in Paris to other partners in Unigreen. Then, on the base of all these exchanges, we prepared the project application, and then we got the positive decision of the National Agency for Academic Exchange. So let me look very briefly on these two important editions of the project. So 2023, our main goal was to integrate our Ukrainian partners with Unigreen, just to let them feel what it is, really, our alliance. And we're trying to achieve this goal by two main activities. So the first was study visits of our Ukrainian partners, delegations from both universities, to Unigreen universities. So we had 8 such study visits in Unigreen, in all Unigreen partner universities. And the second very important activity was the PhD students' mobility to 3 Unigreen universities. It was Warsaw, Plovdiv, and Almeria. Why only 3? Just because before organizing this PhD mobility, we did some matchmaking, right? So first, we made a survey among PhD students willing to go abroad, what is their point of interest, and then we're looking for some corresponding researchers willing to host them. So these 3 universities were the most accurate choices, but everyone was involved. Then at the end of 2023, we organized also some courses, language courses for our Ukrainian friends here at the university. And in December, there was also time for some staff week, where international multicultural communication course was conducted as well. So it was a great time, much fun, and I suppose much benefits as well. So let's jump to 2024. Yeah, so in this year, our goal has changed, a bit. This year, we tried to focus on main competencies, skills, which are important both nationally and internationally. So we were trying to bring both people from Unigreen and people from both Ukraine universities together within 4 different events. This is one of these events. So the first one was in May. It was Unigreen Summer Festival. So fun, music, multicultural interaction, the second one in September, micro-credentials. So we are also struggling with this topic, and this event is the best evidence for that. So, as we already heard, micro-credentials, flexible forms of teaching is the challenge to European universities and to Ukrainian universities as well. So, we were together within this conference to discuss what's the challenge really about. Then, Green Campus Conference, just beginning of October. We're planting, for example, the Miyawaki forest. And this conference devoted to the question of internationalization strategy. So all these 4 events, make this second edition of the project. So, results. Nice to have some fun, to have some conferences, but what are the results? Someone might ask. So first, it is skills and competences, We need to improve in this point. We need to better understand each other and to better understand our mutual needs and improve these competencies, which are important for the Alliance as well as within the European higher education area. Then establishment of scientific collaboration between Ukrainian institutions and the Unigreen Alliance universities, both on the on the academic staff level as well as PhD students. The next point is leveraging alliances through the inclusion of Ukrainian partners, to show them clearly how such a European alliance works or should work, yeah, and also the international promotion. So thanks to this project, we have the opportunity to speak loud about Unigreen. Okay, and these are examples, right? So PhD students coming to the Warsaw University of Life Sciences, the picture taken in September previous year. You see, that's Professor Svetlana Loboda right there, and me next to her, right? And right here you see 3 photos from different study visits. So first, Portugal, Coimbra, Iceland, I suppose sheep farm? No, cow farm. Cow farm. And the last one is from Liège, Belgium. And that's it. So thank you very much for your attention. And no, not yet, not yet. So now I suppose it's the right time to first give the voice to our guests, just to ask them a question. And then I suppose that will be a very right time to give some voice to you. And maybe you have some questions to our guests. First, I will look, okay, there's not much time, but still I have 10 minutes to ask some questions. So maybe just to initiate this exchange, maybe I focus on this, let's say, positive side, right? So, as I've mentioned before, so our needs, right, of European universities are not so very much different from what our partners, our colleagues, friends in Ukraine need. So the question is, what this exchange, what these meetings, this collaboration gave to us as European universities. So how it enriched, let's say, us as European universities. So
okay, so as I mentioned in my presentation, we learned a lot from our Ukrainian partners. Right now, at the same time, we are trying to analyze the European strategy for higher education, and as you probably know, there are some main objectives, how to change the role of a university in the current, in our life, right? How to make universities lighthouses for the society, for the community. And what we learned from Ukrainian universities, this is how to make it happen, how to become flexible, how to adapt all our strategies, research strategies. It was mentioned on one of my slides that many universities participated in a bomb attack, or they are on the daily basis very useful and very protective for the community and serving the community. And right now I see this as one of the biggest challenge for European universities, how to become useful for the society. And we learn a lot from Ukrainian partners, how to make it happen, how to do that on the daily basis, how to serve the society, not only to organize, to provide education on a higher level, right? Providing engineer degree, license degree, or a master degree. It's not enough. We need to be active, we need to be open, we need to be supportive. And we see how Ukrainian universities are operating right now, and we learn a lot, very simply. So all this, big objectives like needs for flexibility, for upskilling, reskilling, all this is already present in Ukrainian universities. So this is really, as I said, very incredible from my perspective and very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. So we started to discuss about support of Ukraine in the UNITE consortium about summer 2022. Then this NAVA initiative appeared. It was a great opportunity for us to make this cooperation tangible somehow, to start it in the real sense. And the presence of 7 Ukrainian universities plus agency in the framework of our day-to-day activities in the UNITE Alliance brings us to the big question. What is the target value, or what is the target of our cooperation inside UNITE? Ukrainian partners started to ask who we are going to be for you, associated partners, some other legal form for this partnership, or what? It was a very important question, even for us in the European University Alliance, in order to ask ourselves, what are our expectations in the view of this European University Alliance, what it's supposed to be after 5-10 years. We entered this alliance when this alliance was quite mature, after 4 years, after the first stage, and we had something like clear expectations. But after 1 year, or even a little bit earlier, we considered that our expectations, I mean as Wrocław University of Science and Technology, are a little bit different than the expectations of our partners. And the next presence of Ukrainian universities, very active, full of enthusiasm, resilient, and still thinking about the future in terms of, in our case, green transition, which was a surprise for us, that they have a room to think about this stuff. It was kind of big inspiration factor for all 9 universities to really think what are our expectations, what we are doing, or for what we are doing all these activities in the framework of Alliance. It is not only Erasmus+, it is not only Horizon Europe project, it is something else. And because of Ukrainians, we started to do this process, to rethink our presence in the alliance, not only Polish partner, but as well other partners. That's, I think, the main message I have for the moment.
So sorry, I cannot resist, but to ask Professor Piotrowska about the idea of why it's collaborating with Ukrainian partners after the end of the NAVA support. Is there any such a debate, discussion within ICIU, how to go further with this collaboration in the future?
Well, we do believe Ukraine will become a member of European Union one day. So we will for sure continue with cooperation by supporting them. For example, yesterday we agreed to support them in preparation of referencing report for European qualification framework. And we started some very first discussion about how to make this system again, closer to European trends and European rules, like using, for example, EQUAR rules. So I think this discussion about the future development of Ukrainian higher education system is very advanced right now. So I think it would be very good to let them become Ukrainian partners, at least associated partners for us. Because, as I said, we can learn from them. It can be win-win for sure. Because not only it is not only about supporting Ukrainian universities, but it is very much about how to, I don't know, implement very quickly with flexible, adaptable approach at our university, how to go through digital transition. This is also an issue I forgot to mention, but this is really impressive what they did in Ukraine with digital transition. And this is one of the priorities of European Commission. So I do believe we will continue this cooperation and this dialogue with Ukrainian universities and Ukraine as a country, because it is really fruitful and there is a lot of added value for us as well.
So thank you very much. I think that's a very important perspective just to see, right, our Ukrainian partners also as our teachers to some extent, yeah, for sure. And now I would like to address my question to Professor, no? Okay. Because I wanted to ask, right, about one thing. As the collaboration or cooperation with European universities a kind of, I wouldn't call it remedy, but a kind of a way how to deal with the challenges, difficulties the Ukraine higher education institutions face right now. But I suppose that your answer would be positive to my question. Okay, so
I'm sorry. Please ask me. Okay. What do you want? What is the question?
So the question is about the cooperation and collaboration of European universities with Ukrainian higher education institutions. Is it like, is it right an opportunity, right, for Ukrainian universities just to deal with some of the difficulties, obstacles you face right now?
I think most problem in this process is that what Ukraine don't the country of Europe Union, and when Ukraine will be stay the full the country of Europe Union, all this difference we can. I'm sorry.
I fully agree that after EU joining, right, after Ukraine joining EU, the collaboration would be for sure much easier, right? The joining to the alliances would be easier. But the question is about now. Is it right a perspective just to improve the situation of Ukrainian universities by collaborating with the European universities? I suppose it might be a very, very important way how to help, right, Ukrainian universities to deal with the current situation. Okay, so I just look at my watch. Oh, it's 1:70, and so I have to ask this question. Do you have any question, right, to our panelists? We still have time, so 5 minutes, there wouldn't be any problem. Right, so please.
Thank you very much. My name is Olena Kovtuna, and I represent here the National University of Life and Environmental Sciences together with my colleagues and together with colleagues from Ukrainian University. And thank you very much for this presentation, because it was very interesting to see how we can use your experience, because we know that all projects have the next stage. And this stage is usually dissemination stage. And we are open also for the next cooperation. And I think with respect to question of collaboration between European universities and Ukrainian universities, I think that this situation is win-win situation for both parties. Of course, because we usually use European experience because you really have very huge experience in transformation, and Ukrainian universities are now under pressure of different challenges, but we have very motivated students and also very motivated staff who are really very open for new challenges, new projects, and we hope that this situation will be also your strong part for the next projects, because you know that you can see our future and you can provide us with new directions and new visions, because now I think we are under crisis of a political situation, but we believe in our victory together with your support. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much
Karol?
for this.
If I may, yes. Just a short comment or a question. Thanks very much for sharing what you did so far, but it was very much project-based, right? There was time to design it, and then there was the execution part. Do you think that most of those activities are sufficiently embedded in our European universities to keep it alive and to continue them, though those NAVA projects, at least in this perspective, are just to finish in 3 months?
I do believe this is a very good, starting point and introduction to the more advanced development, which is double degree or joint degree initiative. And I think this is the future, right? Right now we should focus on this because we see that Ukrainian universities are good enough to share the same quality level, right? And I think right now dealing with all those mobility problems and mobility challenges for academic staff, for students, first of all, it would be very nice to organize something like a hybrid joint degree or double degree or triple degree, I don't know, showing that we can support them, but we can also somehow benefit from this great experience they got because of this very difficult time. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's time to say thank you to our wonderful panelists, Karol, Sveta, Dorota, and Mariusz. And of course, as always, we have little gifts for them, which I will now have the pleasure distributing. Here we go. Thank you so much for participating. Sveta, this is for you. Dorota, also one for you. And another big hand for our panelists. One more time. Thank you very much. You guys stay where you are. For everybody now, we have a lunch break that will last until 2:30, so we meet back here in 1 hour. And one other fun fact, please hold on to your name tags long after the conference, because each of you not only can take it home, but it's plantable. If you put it in some soil in a little pot and add some water, you will grow a plant. There are seeds in the middle of your name tag. This will keep it alive until we meet again. So thank you, and we see you in 1 hour. See you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We're continuing on with our plenary sessions. Now it's time for our plenary session number 3, good practice in building successful partnerships. And first up, let me ask to the floor Jeroen Aubach. Give a big hand of applause to Jeroen. He's our chair. Hi, Jeroen.
Hi, good afternoon.
Listen, you have many affiliations. You work for the EAIE, you're a council member, you are from Wageningen University and research. What's your connection to this crowd?
Well, this crowd is the EuroLeague of Life Sciences network, where we're both active in. So that's the first connection that I have with this wonderful university.
Is that a first time for you to Poland or Warsaw in specifics?
No, I've been here 5, 6, maybe 7 times or so in different capacities. So for the EuroLeague of Life Sciences, but also for the European Bioeconomy University Alliance, so different positions, but every time with the same good partners.
Great, good to have you here. Take your seat, thank you very much. Next up, we have our good friend from the Czech Republic, but with a curious affiliation in Iceland, which he will explain, I'm sure, Lukas Pospišil. Hi, Lukas. Now, you are Czech, right? So what's your connection to Iceland? How did that happen?
Well, that happened one day when I entered the room, the office of my vice dean for education, and I wanted to study my exchange in Sweden, and he stopped me and, Lukas, we have just a new agreement with Iceland. Would you like to try it? You would be the first student from our university. And I said yes. So I did my exchange 16 years ago in Reykjavik.
Excellent, thank you. Big hand for Lukas. And he certainly looks the part, you know, for Iceland. He's just in the right type of gear and beard and everything else. So congratulations, Lukas. All right, moving right along, we have Maria Nemchinova from the Netherlands. Hi, Maria. You are from Navitas, Netherlands. You're heading launch strategy and implementation. What is Navitas all about?
That's an excellent question. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. So Navitas is the commercial service provider who works with public and private universities around the world. We collaborate in terms of preparational programs for international students who can't get direct enrollment to bachelor or master degrees because of differences in high school education or lack of English level knowledge. So we collaborate with the universities to help to prepare international students for degrees.
Beautiful. Good to have you here. Thank you. Welcome again. And last but not least, yes, thank you. We have Sebastian Stride from Sirius Academic, and it's yes, even big hand. It says that you're from Spain, but you're really not, are you?
I'm British. I was born Welsh, but usually when I go back to England, people tell me I speak very good English. So I'm no longer British, really.
Okay, what is Sirius Academic? Why are you here?
We're a bit of an accident. We used to be in the academic world, and people kept on asking us help as academics to work on strategic questions. And at one stage, someone told us, this is not a job for a researcher. Please, can you create a company? And we thought, this is very strange, but we ended up doing that. And today we've a bit come back to our origins. So we're a not-for-profit foundation working on complex questions with universities and governments.
Beautiful, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll have some complex questions that Jeroen Aubach will ask. And now, Jeroen, the floor is yours, and you guys are in for a treat. Session number 3, good practice in building a successful partnership.
Well, welcome everybody. I hope you have had a good lunch. The difficult session for us is to keep you awake after the lunch. So what are we going to do? I'm going to ask you to join in. And I literally mean join in. Because you see there is a seat available. So anybody who feels connected to this topic about good practices in building a successful partnership can either raise their hand and raise the question, but can also just join us here at this beautiful comfy seat and join as a panelist. So please feel free to join. What are we going to do? Besides having a good panel discussion, I've got here 3 different colleagues. They got a short introduction a minute ago. We've got Lucas from a university point of view. We've got Maria, who will take us along in some considerations from a more commercial point of view, based on strategic partnerships. And we've got Sebastian focusing on more what is the actually consultancy or how to place these questions in a broader context. When listening to the stories earlier this morning, we had already a couple of triggers which are in our questions and maybe in the answers as well. And one of them was raised by Marta Mendel about the collaboration that you can see through different glasses, through different viewpoints. Because from every viewpoint, it will bring something different to the same question, to the same thing that you're talking about. But also the Professor this is where I fail, last names, Adhikari indicated what are the drivers for international activities, but also what are the drivers for getting a successful partnership going. These are just lead-in questions for what we are going to be doing. In the end, I hope that you've got some inspiration for what to pay attention to when developing, evaluating, or setting up a partnership. Please do not expect a roadmap or a model that works, because in my view, I think maybe in our view, there is no clear roadmap you can follow to a successful partnership. But we come back to that in the different questions and answers that we have. So please keep that in mind. What I will do first is raise a question from which I would like the colleagues to answer based on their personal experiences. So I'm not going to ask them what's the viewpoint of serious academic or from Navitas or from the university. I'm asking them to share their experiences which they gained over the years. What they have seen, what they have learned, where they've struggled with. And I would like to ask you to do the same. So don't talk from your institution point of view, but from what you see, what you would like to learn, or what kind of questions you would like to raise. But having that said, I'm going to start off with a first question. And for me, that is, what is a strategic partnership? What is a strategic partnership from a viewpoint from a university, a commercial company, or a consultancy firm? And I'm curious whether there are differences, and if so, what the differences are. Lucas, may I give you the floor first?
Thank you, Jeroen. Well, what is a strategic partnership from a perspective of a university? I think I have the hardest task here today because you are the most familiar with that. But I will try to summarize how I see it. It will be similar to what we've seen before regarding this internationalization strategy and what is internationalization. So I'm coming back to mutually beneficial for both institutions. I'm not saying that it must be always on the same level, that we must have the same, like basically equal sort of collaboration, because the strategic partnerships are typically not always equal partnerships of the same types of institutions. And successful partnership is, of course, based on trust well, a strategic one is such which I'd say goes through many different levels of the institution. And the strategic partnership must be somehow rooted in the institutional, or in the community itself, in the academic community we have. And it is not a thing of one rector or two rectors, but it is some sort of partnership which makes sense for long term and for many layers of the academic institution.
Thank you. Since it's a community dialogue, I would like to ask a question to the audience, if I may. How many of you are involved or have been involved into building up and maintaining commercial partnerships, including the panel, my panel colleagues? Yeah? Not so many. And how many of you would consider these partnerships transactional, or was it strategic? Do you think it was transactional? Somewhere in between, right? So yeah, that is the question, right? What does that means to have that commercial partnership with a service provider, where institutions sometimes outsource some areas where they have issues, to have quick fixes momentarily, and how to make it not to feel and look transactional, like we are having a partnership with you for this long, for 2 years, 3 years. We are having some financials involved, and you are doing a job for us. And then we're not involved into how you're doing this. We just don't touch this area. And when we talk about commercial partnerships, we need to think about some level of complexity there. This is more than buying a product, for example. This is a partnership that involves multiple stakeholders from both sides. And probably I'm in a more privileged position here than Lukasz, because commercial partnerships usually involve 2 parties, not multiple parties. So in a way, it's easier to maintain, in a way. But still, it does involve multiple stakeholders from both sides, and it's ongoing dialogue between the parties.
Thanks. So I think that when you think of strategic partnerships, it's a bit like as an individual, you know, you've got friends, you've got acquaintances, and you've got your family. And a good way of looking at it is you think of a partner as a university, and you think, if tomorrow that partnership were to end, what would I feel? If I were to feel relief, then please end it now, because it's bringing enormous amounts of work and problems. If you think, well, okay, it has a little impact here, but in a way that's not that major impact, then okay, fine, it's an acquaintance. It's one of many partners, of 150 or 500 partners you have. And if you feel my university is going to lose enormously if I stop working with this university, then that's a strategic partnership. It's when you feel, my gosh, the student flows, the research projects we've got together, the vision we share, if those are aligned, then you've got a strategic partnership. And then the question is, do you want to go further and get married?
Thank you, Sebastian, for this, making this a little bit more visible what a strategic partnership could be. But I also hear some differences. And Maria, you made some comments about buying a product or a quick fix, a short-term approach, where I wonder, when it becomes strategic for a commercial company, what are those characteristics that makes a strategic partnerships relevant for a commercial company, but that it also could make it relevant for the partner institution or organization? Could you give some examples or some insights into this?
Does it work? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So from the commercial point of view, you always start with why. Why are you entering certain partnerships or a certain area even to explore the partnership? And usually considerations are lying within the financials and financial growth of the company. But the usual line of thoughts there and strategy starts with why, moving to what are we going to achieve with this partner or another partner? Why are we partnering with this specific university? Are we partnering with them to solve some of our issues, or are we supporting them to solve theirs? And then we move to how, and this is where that strategic discussion lies initially. So these three biggest pieces is not the whole strategy, not at all. It's just the initial discussion where we align whether we are a good fit, whether we're talking about good fit within the portfolio of the universities, a good fit within the degree portfolio, or services that we can provide added value that we can provide the university with. So that's the initial line of considerations that usually commercial institutions start with. But then, of course, we're talking about lengthy discussions about KPIs, the timelines, the assessment strategies and assessment methodologies that we both are happy with, because usually public universities specifically and commercial companies have different objectives. And the better we understand what each of the parties is trying to achieve with this partnership, the more successful the outcome of this dialogue is going to be. And of course, it's been told a lot today, communication, and I would add actually communication strategy. This is something that must be a part of the whole discussion. Do we take into account internal communication strategy when we are entering this partnership? What is our external communication strategy when we need to address some issues? How do we do that? Do we agree on the way of addressing something along the way of this partnership? So these are the main areas, I would say, for consideration when commercial companies are entering partnerships.
Thank you, Maria. You mentioned a number of drivers for commercial companies. What's important for them, the stepwise approach, but also communication about those drivers and understanding each other's needs. And that brings me to a question I would like to raise to Sebastian, because a consultancy firm often is in a position between two parties and trying to bring positions together and making each other understand. Could you share some of your experiences in translating questions or drivers from one party to the other party, but maybe also what if questions are not mentioned or addressed, or how to stimulate to have that conversation?
I think one of the crucial elements is to have a level of trust which enables you to have a massive disagreement and argument. Because in partnerships, everyone is often trying to be nice to the other one, but then when they go home, they say, oh, well, that was a waste of time, or you feel that in many meetings. But putting a difficult question on the table, it's going to be painful. And so I'd say that a strategic partnership requires the capacity to open painful questions and to disagree, not because you think you're right, but you think that by going through this process, you'll be able to take a better decision at the end of the process. And I think this is particularly true between universities, because in our experience, we think that universities are similar objects. They're not. A university in Spain has nothing to do as an institution with a university in Germany. The structure is different, the missions are different, the way it operates are different. So the first task is to accept those differences and from there start building. Classical question, the business model. I depend on student fees. Oh, I depend on the government funding. Oh, I depend on a university hospital, etc. But also the mission. So again, in some countries you've got universities and Fachhochschule. In other countries you've just got universities. And that simple fact means that as an institution you're operating on completely different planes. So that capacity, I think, of going into the difficult discussions with trust and with the will to build something together which goes beyond is crucial if you want to build a long-term strategic partnership.
Very, very difficult question. To understand the position of each institution requires the intercultural aspect, but also the understanding and the trust to be able to share things that what drives you and what motivates you to take a step. But also requires clarity on why do we do the things. So why are we entering into a collaboration, a strategic partnership? And we all know how it goes. We want to develop strategic partnerships and we make a lot of hoo-ha and say, oh yes, we're going to work together with partner X, Y, or Z, and we're going to do this. And then we enter into a mode where we start doing things. And what do we need to actually do to make that partnership work? Are we doing the right things to make it work? And I was wondering, Lucas, you've been involved in different kinds of partnerships from different universities. If you look back at the different collaborations that you have been involved in, what were things that you learned or said, okay, next time I definitely need to pay more attention to this, or this was really something that really worked well in this case, and why did it work in this case? Do you have some examples on this?
Well, you can bet I have some examples, I'll try to be first, there is an example that, of course, all these strategic partnerships are not in vacuum. We work in a political world, and things are changing, sometimes quite rapidly. And what was understood as a strategic and important may not be like that in a few years. So, for example, we were very much focusing on Israel for a while. And it really looked like very strategic partnership with one of the Israeli institutions. The outcome was close, and we had many visits, and we were preparing actions on many different levels. But of course, the political situation is sensitive, and sometimes you can't just go further because of the external circumstances. So this may be a situation that you should think twice before you actually start to commit yourself into such a partnership. If there are some external factors, do some risk analysis, basically, and evaluate that. And another beautiful example might be with a collaboration in one of the networks, EuroLeague for Life Sciences, you know very well. It's very strategic for the institution where I was working in, and I think it was considered as a strategic by all directors and other colleagues as well. So you try to put some actions behind that, and you try to reach out to some very distant members, for example, members from New Zealand. And you motivate your institution and also other institutions within the network to, for example, submit the Erasmus ICM grants with this institution. And everything goes well, you get the funding from the national agency, your project is supported, and then the people there change. And the former representatives you knew very well. They are no longer in the position. They are still very much involved in that alliance. But then when you approach them to get, for example, signatures of your interinstitutional agreements, So you can finally begin with those mobilities and, you know, send students or accept their teachers. Then their legal office will say, but I'm sorry, this is an agreement we can't sign. And you need to do this and this and this change and modify this paragraph. But you know how it is with these Erasmus projects. You can't really play with the agreements like that freely. So this was a surprise to us, and we were not really ready for this kind of obstacle. So this could be another example of yeah, maybe.
Thank you, Lucas. You triggered me with something. You gave an example of a collaboration with a partner from New Zealand, and you also highlight the Erasmus Plus program. As we all know, in the Erasmus Plus program, we used to have the what they call the strategic partnerships. The strategic partnerships, they formulate as a high-intensive collaboration for 2 to 3 years with a budget of 300,000, 400,000 euros or something. But what are the characteristics of a real strategic partnerships? Because I heard some examples of short-term collaborations, or should it be a long-term collaboration for 10 years? Or what is actually a duration for a strategic partnership? Is there a duration for a strategic partnership? Sebastian, if you look at the different things that you've seen, is there a common denominator for a duration for a strategic partnership?
For the duration of a strategic partnership? So not an easy question. So I think I think if you have a strategic partnership, it should be a partnership which you feel could last forever. It doesn't mean it's going to last forever, but you feel that you share a vision and you want to build it together. And when you have that shared vision in which you are going to benefit and your partner is going to benefit, then there's no reason to put a time limit to that partnership. And then once you've got that long-term vision, then of course you're going to look at concrete operational questions. And in practical terms, I tend to say that's a 2-year, 1 or 2 years, because you don't know what the world is going to look like in 2 years' time, or what is the political situation going to be. So I differentiate into those two. I'd say operationally, you're thinking of 2 years, but in terms of vision, it's forever.
If you are talking about a 20, 30-year vision where you want to work towards, and breaking it down in 2-year bits, 4-year bits, smaller elements, what is actually then needed to ensure that after those bridal weeks, we all know the first couple of months, everybody feels excited, yes, we're going to develop a strategic partnership, to keep it running. And I would like to raise the question to both Lucas and Maria, because I think there will be 2 different viewpoints. But Maria, may I give you the floor first?
So the question is, how long is the lifespan of the partnership, or what are the key drivers?
I think I was focusing on what is needed to make it work after the first 6, 7 months, or maybe the first year,
right,
to keep the strategic partnership going. Because all the excitement is gone, we signed an agreement, we're going to do this, and then.
Yeah.
So what are your experiences from a more commercial point of view to keep that momentum going? What is needed?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I agree with Sebastian in terms of vision and mission, especially within education. We are united by some common ideas and ideals. But of course, the reality of the commercial world, at least, is that the longer is the partnership, the higher the risks are. So if you're entering the partnership that lasts 10 years, then you have specific risks associated with it, because in current highly volatile environment, politically, economically, and on many other layers, you are hit by different triggers that can put your partnership at risk. And you need to take this into account if you're entering long-term partnerships. But in order to make it sustainable, you need to have a clear timeline with clear KPIs along the way at the point when you are entering the partnership. So both sides are happy with a given timeline. They understand each other's goals at each stage of the partnership, and they agree on the assessment methodologies of that. So they can have those temperature checks, touch points. They understand where accountability lies, whether it's the top level of the both sides, or whether it's going to be operational level people that are going to be instrumental to make this partnership work from both sides. So who is going to be responsible for reporting the results, to assessing the results. So that's also one of the things that makes commercial partnerships at least sustainable. And communications, raising the issues along the way. If we are not happy, what are we doing? How do we talk to our partner about that? How do we address it? Are we happy with the strategy of addressing it? And one more crucial point, I would say, based on my experience, is the higher the level of transparency is in your discussions, the higher the level of success of the partnerships is going to be. So if you're talking about, if you're sharing the strategies of your institution and you get the same level of transparency from the commercial party, it's likely that this partnership is going to be successful.
Okay, I think I will try to focus more on building the internal capacity on the level of the institution, because as you know, 6 months is nothing in academia. The time flies, and all these strategic partnerships typically depend on some very involved people. And if we will look around, I will see here many faces I see from different other networks, partnerships, collaborations, and projects. So you need to make sure that you don't tire or destroy your champions of internationalization and international collaboration, because these people are there afterwards for the implementation, and you have to make sure that they are happy, that they are supported, they don't feel that they are working or they are investing their time and effort into this partnership and they omit some other duties and things they are normally required to do. So it's also a question of recognition on the institutional level. So we must recognize people who are spending their time, effort, and investing a lot of their personal capacities into keeping that partnership running, in my opinion. And yeah, it's also one thing, because in academia, these partnerships, yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe in business partnerships are also very long-term, but academic partnerships, when they are strategic, they are really that marriage type of collaboration. And then I mentioned before, with the change of a rector or leadership, you must somehow keep the information about the strategic importance of this relationship still within the institution. So there is a very important level or group of people who will sort of keep the institutional knowledge and excitement for this, and that's the middle level of management. So middle management, the people like heads of offices, not vice rectors and rectors, heads of departments, heads of offices, and similar people must be really involved and keep running the ball. That's my opinion.
You touch upon a very important element, involvement of colleagues. You indicate the middle management is very important to keep the ball rolling over time. But what we also see happening is that we have a limited number of colleagues who are actually interested in international collaboration or developing partnerships, or and are also good at it. But there is a big danger, in my view or my experience, is that we keep on turning to the same colleagues over and over and over again and asking them again, could you help us develop these partnerships? And again, and how to ensure that we are not overloading those colleagues with these kind of questions, or how to get more involved. And I'm looking around the room, I see some nodding faces saying, yeah, I really recognize this. But how can we tackle this? Because we need a broad base, we need expertise, we need people actually willing to do this, but how to ensure that we don't overburden those people that they drop out, that we have a bigger problem. And this is a question that I have. I don't know whether the panel has some experience here or people in the audience have some experience in this, how to ensure that we get colleagues involved or train new colleagues or ensure that we don't overload the colleagues. So I'm just looking around the room whether people have some experience. I'm also looking to, of course, the panelists, but I'm also checking with the colleagues in the audience whether they have some experience to share.
All right, I'm not really sure if I'm going to tell you the most successful story, but I can tell you what we try to do here. And I'll use the example of UniGreen, as this is quite a new initiative, lasting only 2 years at the moment. And we knew from the very beginning that it's going to be very challenging to have people on board. So what we did from the very beginning, even before the project, I call it project just to describe how we run it, though we all know that much more is meant by the initiative. So before we started to run the project, we already started to build a structure. And the philosophy was to, from the very beginning, to think about as many people as possible for the execution. And to include from the very beginning both academics and professional staff, to give the feeling that it's really for everybody. And that's definitely something we call a strategic partnership, and that's why it was so important to get everybody. And to some extent, I was really happy. We have a great coordinator, so big thanks to Karol, who is not there anymore, but I think his good feeling was also very helpful. The group was growing. And then by the end of last year, I thought we are doing so well that I can say that next year, meaning 2024, I expect every group, every working group, to grow 2, 3, 4, 5 times in size, meaning people involved. And this is already more difficult. So I think up to a certain point, we really have this capacity, but then it's being very, very challenging. And I just need to comment on how you defined strategic partnership. I don't want to disturb in between, but I was inspired by what Lucas said. I think from the vice rector point of view, if the partnership survives rector's change and the upperst layer change, and it's still alive, it means that's strategic for the institution. And not for a small research group or a faculty. Thank you.
Maybe if I can just add something. I tend to feel that for a strategic partnership to work, it mustn't be a project. It must be embedded in the everyday running of the university. So it's not that you're doing this because there's this project. It's that your job definition, this is the core of what you're doing. So when you're developing a course, you're doing this. And one of the greatest difficulties I find, for example, is a university defines their strategy, and then alongside that, they've got a strategic partnership. This doesn't work. Basically, you must co-design your strategy with your strategic partnership so that your institutional strategies are aligned and so that the partnership is going to bring added benefits to the strategy of the university, so that it's at the heart of the process. And that way, people are involved because it's in their benefit in their university, not because there's a partnership or a project. But it's very hard to reach that level, of course.
Do you have an example where you saw it work? Because in the beginning with the partnership, you always use the project approach because you need to get something started, you need to allocate people, your money, resources to get things going, but you need to flip it at some point. Have you seen examples where it was a success or where, yeah?
I've seen examples where this has been attempted. So to give you a few different examples, in one case it was saying, okay, we're going to rethink education in engineering. So we're not going to do it within our university. We're going to get all the professors of the different universities together and they're going to co-design the same course across the partner universities. And designing the course is your job as a professor. But then you're co-designing it at that level. Or to give you another example, in some cases, so what the universities have decided to do was not to work on their new 5-year or 10-year strategic plan. It's to say, okay, we forget our strategic plans, we put them in the rubbish bin, we sit down together and we're going to design a common strategic plan, a short visionary document. And then each one of us is going to design a strategic plan which is aligned with this common strategic plan. A bit like what we were discussing this morning with the internationalization plan is basically embedded in the general plan. So your general plan is itself embedded in a common plan. So these can be difficult, but in some cases this has happened. I've got examples in research in the same way, of saying, actually, we're designing a common research policy where I'm no longer hiring a professor in this field in my university. I'm sitting down with the other universities and thinking, okay, I've got a position open. I'm thinking of this profile. Does this profile make sense for all of us? Is this a good idea? And those sort of examples can be incredibly powerful because they benefit your university. You're going to get better candidates, they're going to have more impact, and you're going to have more visibility.
I notice in my mind I'm a little bit struggling because I'm looking at the role of a university, and if you would have a partnership with an external company, the benefits or the goals are different and the roles are different, and I'm trying to place that in the common plan goal, but in my mind I'm still struggling a bit.
So my way of illustrating that is in different countries, for example, the way you hire your professors can be very different. It used to be done within each department or each lab. And the specialist, someone retires, you hire someone with the same profile. Today, with the speed at which research is evolving, doing this is suicidal because you need to rethink the profiles of the researchers you need at an institutional level. And so some universities manage to take this power away from the departments and centralize it. It doesn't mean the department is not involved, but it means that there's going to be a common decision. Many universities haven't been able to do this. And I think it's the same challenge if you say, okay, and now we're moving to an upper level in the sense that we're thinking together across universities. So it's like going from the department to the faculty to the university to, in this case, for example, a European university. And each level is going to align within a common approach. Extremely hard to achieve, Jeroen, I agree. But I know a few cases where they're moving towards that.
I see some nodding on my left-hand side. I don't know whether you would like to respond, Lucas, or that you feel connected to what is being said.
Well, I totally feel connected to what have been said, and I believe that internationalization actually has such a power to overcome many of our differences and in the end really align the institutions in a way that they can work together. And I would like to stress out that in a strategic partnership there is no competition. We are not competing one with another. We are not competing over students, research grants, etc. Even though maybe it is reality, but it shouldn't be. You should see and celebrate success of your strategic partner, and he or she will celebrate the strategic or all the successes of you. And this is a very important message, in my opinion.
Well, if you're not competing, and not within the partnership, but if you're not competing within the partnership, but you are different in positions, in focus, on goals, what is then needed to make that work? Because there is always a little bit of competition. I want to improve my organization. Should you let that go, or is it?
Well, just be honest about that and transparent. We know that this is our weakness, so we know that you do it better, so maybe you could help us with this. And yeah, be honest and yeah, share what your needs and offer your I don't know, infrastructure, for example, and other things to the partner. And yeah, and when there are very different universities, different institutions, I said at the beginning, there must be some benefit for all involved. And that benefit may be of a different level. So this should be very clear from the beginning as well, that maybe you will not get so much as the partner will get from the partnership. But there will be still some mutual benefit for both, and it will be fruitful collaboration from your perspective and the perspective of your partner as well.
So it's me again, Justyna Szostak, Gdańsk University of Technology. I have that little, let's say, issue with competitiveness, because we talk a lot about European competitiveness. We have actually discussed that already today. But some of our partners, even strategic partners, are not European partners. You know, they are like from the United States, Japan, etc. And then how can I actually, you know, ask them to sign another agreement to join forces when I'm discussing, like on, you know, big conferences, the competitiveness with United States, China, etc. That's kind of, you know, contradictory. So on one side, I try to be the best partner ever. On the other side, I try to be competitive with these partners. How to deal with it? So how to be transparent and how to deal with these partnerships nowadays?
Well, I will turn the question around. I think you have experienced this before, haven't you? If you look back at those experiences, what would you give us for a hint that you learned along that line? And not the answer, but what were your experiences so far that you raised this question? Could you share some of that insight?
Basically, I'm one of the directors within CESAR. And CESAR is the, it could be called a network that is uniting universities of science and technology in Europe. We are the official partner of the European Commission, working on European research area and the European education area. And actually, this is the hot topic, the hottest in the European Commission right now. There was a report published last week of Manuel Hayter's group. It's called Align, Accelerate and Act. And it is about European competitiveness against China and United States. So we are discussing this topic very intensively these months, and I think in the upcoming future. So then how to keep our engagement with our partners from outside of Europe and still, you know, compete with them at the same time, at this level of intensity.
For me, and that's my view, but I think that Sebastian would also like to contribute, it brings down to the question, what is our role as a university in society? So how much do we let ourselves lead by political decisions, about European choices, and how do we relate to this? The goals that we foresee that we want to achieve might be a little bit different from what the European Commission or another country would like to achieve, but to achieve our goal, we need certain instruments, funding, collaborations, those kind of things, and we look at how to combine these in a fruitful and efficient manner. But then you run into the question, yeah, if we want to use European money, we have to comply with the political choices there. And I think that...
I'm an idealist. And so I go back to Carlos Moedas, who was the European Commissioner in 2015, and the 3 O's. Open science, open research, open to the world. That was the official European policy in higher education and research less than 10 years ago. I personally still believe in this, although we're far, far away from that at the moment. And what do I mean by that? Concretely, we've been asked a number of times by universities to assess their scientific collaborations, notably with China, because the secret services in the country have been asking them to shut them down. Now, in our experience assessing the scientific collaborations, in most cases, our conclusion was, develop this cooperation. China is so far ahead scientifically that as Europe, any collaboration is actually stealing knowledge, if I can put it in that way, from China. We're no longer in a situation when Europe is ahead. In all cutting-edge scientific fields and technologies, Europe is far behind. We're no longer on the cutting edge. So if Europe wants to survive, we desperately need to collaborate with the leading countries.
So we can actually say that we want to be competitive, but we are far from this, and we actually need the collaborations with our partners outside of Europe to make it work. That is a challenging combination.
Absolutely. And what strikes me again, talking with the head of the Euraccess office in Beijing last week, is she's desperate because in meetings with European rectors coming to China to meet Chinese universities, the Chinese universities have done their due diligence. They know who they're talking to, what are the advantages, and they expect a serious scientific discussion. European partners generally arrive, oh, hi, nice to meet you. And they have no knowledge of actually where the Chinese partner is strong and how they could collaborate together. So as universities, we have a massive job to bring up our capacity at due diligence and understanding which collaborations to develop and how.
Actually, Sebastian, you're touching upon another question that we were discussing before we have this panel discussion, and it's about the position that you have as an institution. Are we the ones being asked, or are we the one asking the question for collaboration? And the example that you give is actually that you say, we could want a lot of things, but if we are the asking party, we should be way better prepared in what is needed to build a relationship with the other party. And are we actually that well prepared? I don't know. I have some doubts. Don't know what your experience is, Lucas, because I hear some... No. Okay, that's... Okay, so the question is are we actually prepared to look at the collaborations from different viewpoints? Are we the asking party or not?
I can give a quick comment, and this is actually 2 ways of approaching growth development, business development within the commercial company, whether you are taking proactive approach and you are doing your research, market research, you are exploring the portfolio of the universities, study destinations of the institutions that you might want to partner with based on your internal strategy, or you are taking a reactive approach where institutions knowing what are your services and what is your added value, what you can help with, they approach you. So you can look it from different points of view, and there are different considerations are taking place in these approaches. And of course, when you are proactively looking for partnerships, you are more on a ball. You know the trends, you know your strategy, you know what you are looking for. And of course, when institutions are approaching you and building some dialogue for partnerships, that's something different. You start considering how does this partnership is gonna reflect in our strategy, what are going to be tangible results of this partnership, or are there maybe untangible results? Is it even a possibility to have intangible results in partnerships? I think there are always clear goals and KPIs there. So yeah, there are considerations and there are ways of just sitting back and relax in that, but then you might miss out on some of the successful partnerships.
I will maybe try to respond in a way. Now we are on the level where we are not actually talking about strategic partnership, because we are just trying to reach other and see if we are interested in collaboration. So it's a very different story here. And I wanted to say something, but I just lost. So on this level, oh yeah, that happens sometimes, that you lose your idea, and hopefully it will come back. If not, then I will leave the floor to the others. Hopefully it will come back.
I'm sure it will come back, hopefully within the time that we have available. Otherwise, we have a nice conversation at the coffee table. Maria, you raised a topic about evaluation. And I want to raise a question to the audience. How do you evaluate a strategic partnership? What are the criteria or KPIs that you use to evaluate a strategic partnership? Could somebody give an example of a criteria that you use internally or would recommend to use in an evaluation of a strategic partnership? I see Margarita in the back. I don't know where the...
Thank you. So, yeah, to evaluate. I think for evaluation, it's good to have a work program for each partnership so that you can first check if everything in the work program has been implemented. Then to see if the professors or institutes that started the partnership are still interested in continuing it, even if the work program has been implemented. So to check internally if you still consider it a strategic partner, as Lucas said before, due to political circumstances or other things that can change. And if yes, then continue. But sorry, I have a question going back to something you touched earlier about the recognition of these actors in internationalization. And I wonder if either you or somebody in the audience has a good idea on how to recognize the colleagues that are active, because usually, I mean, at BOKU we only have agreements if we have at least 2 different institutes, professors who are interested in it. So to be sure that if one of them retires, we still have at least one who is interested in this strategic partner. But they do it because they are interested in the direct collaboration. And usually this is sufficient for them. But if others should come in, then it's always a challenge, as you said. So I wonder if you have other ways of recognizing them, because financial aspects are not possible at universities usually, so they are not keen on kind of a special award or certificate either in most cases. So what do you do to recognize their activities? Does somebody have some ideas, please? Thank you.
Well, before saying anything, I'm looking around the room whether people have experiences with this last question from Margarita about the recognition of colleagues who are involved.
I think that the answer depends on the function of these people, because there are two separate when it comes to duties groups. So first group is the administration that is helping us out, okay? And of course, if you cannot have any financial incentives that are supporting these people and you cannot shift part of their other duties on someone else, then you're in trouble, but that means you don't have enough human resources, you don't have human capital, and it's the right moment to somehow think about your strategy, because maybe you have too many partnerships that are occupying you too much, and then the benefit is not greater than the risk and the investment costs, let's say. But when it comes to the group of academics, and actually at my university we are currently having a deep dive into the way the academics are assessed in their work, because I don't know how it works in your countries, but in our country, a researcher is this golden employee, whereas the teacher, maybe not so much, because there is no, publication associated, and then there is also the organization. So I think that if the internal way of assessing employees is not going to change, and it's also for the administration that is taking up on new challenges, but it is an internal issue, and it's the authorities who can step in and say, look, we changed the way how we look at your work, and we recognize all of your achievements. Then until that moment, we will be in trouble. From my perspective, I am an academic teacher, and as in a didactic position, so I should officially have 310 hours of teaching. But since I'm quite involved in internationalization, European University Alliances, CESAR, and many other things, my rector said, Justina, we want you to focus on these things, because we don't have a person who could replace you here. I mean, your capacity is there. So we are relieving you from your teaching responsibilities, and it's only 60 if you wish to teach at all. So then I think there is this flexibility, but it's the authorities level to say, we appreciate your different kinds of activities, and please just switch to something else. But this is like a mindset change.
Well, since I'm also representing Polish University, obviously we have the same challenges and quite similar solutions. So shifting the number of teaching hours is one possibility. But what we also did during the last drafting of teacher and researcher assessment formula, we put a little bit more value on those didactic and organizational activities to balance it with research, because research was always the dominant part of the evaluation. So right now, if that's only for academics, that's not for professional staff, I need to say honestly, but at least they can present what they do. But again, having the mic in my hand, I would like to ask a question which I don't really know how to formulate, but I think it's deep in my heart. How to challenge a kind of investment? Because if we are thinking about a new partnership, let's say the geopolitical condition change or whatever, and you suddenly, based on different data trends and so on, you decide, let's focus on some new geographical region, for example. If it's not project-based, if it's based on university incentives, both human, financial, time, everything, it is a kind of investment. And how actually to approach that, how to measure, and when to say, okay, that was wrong, maybe we should step back, that's good for the others, it doesn't work for us. So that's something very, very challenging, and I think I'm not the only one asking this question, how to actually behave. So if you could comment.
Yeah, there'd be many things to say. I'd start by saying one of the big problems we have is that in the academic world, we have a question of prestige. It's not money, it's prestige, which is our currency. And prestige lies first in research. To give you one example of the contradictions, there is absolutely no link between research and education at an undergraduate level. The more research intensive the university, the worse the quality of education at an undergraduate level. This is the scientific data. but tell that in the academic world and everyone just jumps up in the air. This is totally false. It's because I do good research and I'm a good teacher. And beyond that, Marta, when you're talking about international partnerships, usually people come to us and say, can you find us partners who are in the top 100 of Shanghai? And our reaction is, maybe this is not the best starting point to the discussion. Maybe the starting point would be, what is our mission, what is our vision, and how do we want to build something? But this is very deeply embedded in the academic system and very hard to fight against. And just to give you one anecdote, in European universities, there is a rector of a very prestigious university who went round phoning the rectors of all the European universities who are in the top 100 of Shanghai or the top universities in Eastern Europe and asked them, why are you in this alliance? The universities are not as well ranked as those in our alliance, and why don't you switch alliances? Which to me is really terrifying, but that is what is happening. So it's a very hard question to approach. The only way is rethinking what is your core mission and then starting to build from there.
Yeah. If I can respond to this question, it's basically about building that partnership on, but once again, you are not starting with strategic partnership typically. You are testing waters first, you see if it will work or not. So it's basically a regular partnership, let's say one level lower. And then after a longer time and some commitment and satisfaction of both parties, you build from that the strategic partnership. So I think it's very rare to come to the moment when the university will decide, and now from tomorrow, we will try to establish a strategic partnership with this or that institution. It may happen, of course, it may, but then you are missing this very important phase of really learning more about those institutions and the culture and practices, and if the values are really aligned, and if the communication is honest and transparent in between. And one thing I wanted to say, and I forgot, and I realized was still related to this. There is also a difference between the way how this is approached by public institutions and institutions which are more for profit, like private universities. And this was something what my colleague was telling here. There are different ways and different reasons for having a partnership. And I dare to say that many times in public universities, we are not really asking sometimes the right questions when we are building these partnerships. Typically, those financial topics are omitted, or they are just put aside as something what we will somehow solve, or maybe it will be figured out. But that's a very relevant question anyway. So I don't know if anybody else can.
I'm just checking with the session moderator of today whether I can still squeeze in a minute or two. Coming back to the question from Margarita about the recognition and rewarding. In the Netherlands, we had a system-wide discussion about how do we evaluate scientists? How do we evaluate persons more interested in teaching? And we designed a complete new evaluation system. We used to have one where the scientific merits were strongly embedded, number of publications, etc., number of projects, how many money you brought in. Now we're looking, adding elements and reducing the importance of the scientific element more. So we're trying to diversify the research tracks by adding components about social impact, contributing to societal goals or goals of the organization as a whole. And for the teachers, we are adding a specialized teaching track because not everybody is a top scientist and not everybody is a top teacher, but we have to recognize that everybody brings in their own strengths, and we also have to adjust our system for it. We chose the system where we do it is nationwide. So within all universities, we try to use a similar system that at least everybody knows if you have these qualifications or backgrounds, it's based on your merits in this specific domain. And there we hope to be able to facilitate the question about international collaboration as well. it's not easy. It's just being implemented 1 or 2 years ago. So I don't know whether it will work in the long run. At least we're trying to make a first step there. Coming back to the question from Martha about the strategic partnership, the first things that I was thinking of and what we were struggling with internally was, can we make it tangible? How much money did it break in? How much is this? How much is that? But within my university we said, okay, it's not about the amount of money you bring in, it's not about the number of publications, it's about the impact we can generate. But then you come into the question, okay, what is that impact that you want to generate? Is that an improved position? Is that being invited to a high-level group, policy group within Europe? So having that internal discussion, okay, what is that impact that you want to generate through these partnerships? What investments are needed there, and are we moving in the right direction to get there? I think with these kind of questions, we start to evaluate our strategic partnerships. And yes, we built an entire framework around it with some things where you think, oh, damn, it's brought down to numbers again. But at least we try to change the sentiment a bit. So some things you do which will not bring in money now, but will contribute to the bigger goals that we have, how to mitigate climate change. For this, we need to be in a certain position, we need to provide input to the policymakers, and for us, that is a strategic goal, to get in that position. And once we're there, hopefully we get there or stay there, that is the most important element. But that requires another way of thinking about what do you want to achieve strategically. But yeah, it's not a clear-cut answer yet. I can share some more insights later on, but this is something that we are thinking on. And I'm just looking around the room or the panelists, whether they would like to. Yeah.
I have, very last question to Sebastian. Do you think that European university initiatives are examples of the strategic partnerships? And if yes, how the European Commission is assessing the applications within this theme?
I could talk about that for 2 hours, so I'll try and condense it in 2 minutes. The first thing I can say about the European University Initiative is that it has nothing to do with European universities. So basically, you had Brexit, you had a crisis in the European Union. What are we going to do? You had Merkel and Macron who sat down and said, shall we have a European army? To which the German answer was, whoa, no way. Shall we have a European budget? Whoa, no way. And this was before Ukraine and before COVID. So then the thing was, what can we do? What about universities? And this was not a little question, because actually it was, if we're training school teachers, if we're training doctors, shouldn't we be training them as European school teachers rather than as German or Polish or Spanish school teachers? And this transforms the identity of who we are as Europeans. So that's the starting point. And then the question becomes, yeah, but Europe has no competence over higher education, so forget it. So then it becomes, okay, so we're going to transfer competence over higher education to Europe, except that no one can say that. No, the European Commission definitely not, and no member state can admit this. So then we say, okay, how do we launch a process which in 20 years' time can lead to a new European treaty where we have a real transfer of competence? And that's what starts. And then we launch this knowing full well that it's a massive mess and all the universities on board are going to have enormous problems, but we hope that some can succeed, and we hope that the problems that they bring to the table will put pressure on a national level to change the law and to move towards an alignment at a European level. That's part of the answer. And just one last element of the answer. I don't think that the European universities in their current form will survive forever. It's deeply dysfunctional in so many ways. But I do think that the idea of strong strategic partnership over key issues at a European level will continue. That means potentially being part of different alliances in the future. And secondly, I do think that in Europe, over the next 5 to 10 years, some universities, 2 or 3, are going to have the courage to sit down and say, let's merge, which is totally impossible between public universities in different countries. But that will deeply transform the system. And I know a few who are willing to explore that, and I've spoken with a few ministries in different countries who are also willing to explore it. But this has nothing to do with the European Commission. This will be bilateral intergovernmental agreements. And this would totally transform European higher education and research. I don't know if it helps, but those would be 2 little elements.
It's sparking a lot of questions, but that's for the coffee break, because I see on my right-hand side that somebody is trying to move us towards something that everybody is wanting to, coffee and tea.
Well, thank you very much. Give them a big round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much. And before I give you guys bags of goodies, I have a small suggestion to make. How about we cut our coffee break down to 30 minutes instead of 60, and then allow a bit more time to Sebastian to talk to us, because I can understand that this has sparked a lot of attention from you guys. So let's meet back here 4:15. Let's give Sebastian a few more minutes instead of 30, just on top of that, perhaps another 15 or whatever you feel like. And then we'll do a nice wrap up, and then we'll be ready to go to the Rector's Palace for a reception. Is that all right for everybody? Yeah, he's smiling. He's smiling.
I can talk for hours. It's you who must shut me up or throw tomatoes when it gets boring.
All right. Okay. So thank you again. Big hand to our panelists, and coffee time. to move forward with your seats if possible, because we're only like a handful, those who are the most interested and patient have stayed. That's great. We appreciate you guys, but we would love to have you come forward, please, if you can, to those 3 rows up here. It will be easier for us to talk to you. Okay, so please move up front. Move up front, please. Thank you. And yeah, we have our distinguished speaker from the last panel, Sebastian Stride. Some of you may remember him from previous events in Poland, including Gdansk, was it? Yes, where I understand from other conversations I've had with the participants here that you were witnessing many interesting conversations on top political level between our ministers and the like, but I'm happy and we're happy that you're here with us. So I hope that you can share your insight with us, and I give you the floor. Take your time, and I hope you guys enjoy what Sebastian has to say. All right?
Thanks. Yeah, so I think basically the idea is just to continue talking about what we've been talking about all day, which is, what does internationalization mean? And to do that, I want to start here in SGGW, but I actually want to start 200 years ago, in 1816, when the Agronomic Institute in Marymount was first founded. Now, if you go back to the early 19th century, universities across Europe were still structured in the old medieval way. So you usually had 4 faculties. You had the Faculty of Arts, which actually was arts and science, I mean the fundamental fields. You had the Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Theology, and the Faculty of Law. In other words, 1 academic faculty at the heart and 3 professional faculties. And the problem is, with industrialization, you were suddenly needing new professionals. You needed school teachers, you needed engineers, and you needed agronomists. And the universities were not teaching these fields. So, why not set up a faculty of agronomy in a university? Basically, because universities are extremely conservative, like all institutions. And so the feeling is, agronomy is not a real scientific field. It's not our job to do this. We're the Faculty of Law or the Faculty of Arts. Thank you very much. And so in all countries around Europe in the 19th century, you create schools of engineering, you create teaching colleges, you create institutes of agronomy. And then later, at the end of the 19th century, you'll start creating business schools, schools of political science. And today, or recently, the same was true around coding academies, for example. When a new field emerges, it takes time for the universities to adopt. So, does agronomy belong in a university? I mean, the answer seems obvious, but at the time, it wasn't. What happens is that over time, generally speaking, universities will absorb the external schools. So they'll get used to the idea that agronomy, in fact, is a scientific field. And the Institute of Agronomy will feel, hey, it's more prestigious to be a professor in the university. And so they'll be merged within the general university. That's the normal story which occurs. There are thousands of exceptions. And you're one. Of course, in 1816, the world was radically different. Poland no longer existed. It had just been partitioned between Prussia, Austria, and Russia. Warsaw was part of an early modern empire in which Russian was the main language, but French and German were very important in the scientific field and the cultural field. The main advocate of the foundation of the Institute of Agronomy of Maryland was Stanislav Stasik. He actually defended a pan-Slavic, anti-Semitic world view, which would luckily not be very fashionable today, but which had very few links to the current perspective of SGGW. The first director was George Benjamin Flatt. He was from a German-speaking background and he'd been trained in Germany and Switzerland. From a political perspective, in 1816, I don't know what internationalization would have meant, but it certainly would not have meant what it means to us today in SGGW. However, from a scientific perspective, internationalization was completely natural. I haven't looked at the profiles of the staff, but my guess is that every single member of the academic staff had been trained abroad at that moment, simply because you could not train as an agronomist in Warsaw before. And there was, of course, no Polish Journal of Agronomy, and no Polish university delivering any teaching in that field. The challenge, for the Institute in Marymount was not one of internationalization. The challenge was to have a local territorial impact. Because interestingly, when you think of scientific fields, most fields are global, but actually agronomy is rooted in a local reality. It's not the same in New Zealand, in Taiwan, or in Spain. So there's a need for local expertise. But if you're thinking scientifically, I would say that that need for a territorial expertise is not linked to countries, it's linked to biomes. So you could talk of internationalization using the frontiers between the biomes as a basis for defining with who you're working at a global level and forget about countries from a scientific perspective. From an educational perspective, on the other hand, the challenge was very clear. You needed to train professionals in agronomy locally to improve agricultural practices. So there, the challenge was territorial and local. There was no discussion about internationalization. It would have made no sense. Over the past 200 years, up until now, the Institute and then the Warsaw University of Life Sciences has constantly been caught between a territorial mission, training local experts, a global mission, being one of the hubs specialized on this territory but connected to other hubs across the world, a mission in service of a political ideal which was constantly changing depending on the regime in power in Warsaw. To give you one example, in Uzbekistan, there's a very strong link with Polish agronomy, and there are many people of Polish origin. And this actually dates back to the 19th century, when both were part of the Russian Empire. This is one example of an international result of something which at the time was not international, but was one empire. To define internationalization, you need to define what the national level is. And in your case, this is not obvious. And in fact, in the case of most universities, this is not obvious. And it changes over time. Yeah, so I was saying, most institutes of agronomy, over time, became comprehensive universities. But again, you have very different stories. So in the case of Chongqing University, it started off as a faculty, as a university, an institute specialized on agriculture and forestry. And it became a comprehensive university, but the focus has remained around these fields. So actually, it's a comprehensive university, but with a strong specialization. If you look at Copenhagen University, there was a merger in 2005 with the former Danish Agricultural University, University of Agriculture. But there, the focus has disappeared. The focus of Copenhagen University is primarily on fundamental science like physics or mathematics or philosophy. And those two universities, they've both changed over time, but actually their contemporary reality is totally different. So, why didn't this happen in Poland? Basically, it didn't happen in Poland because after 1945, when the communist regime took over under very strong Soviet control, they were frightened of universities. They were very frightened of universities, they were frightened of intellectuals, and the Russians were terrified of Polish intellectuals in particular. So you did not want strong universities. So what did you do? You divided the universities. And in the case of Warsaw, the example here is that the Faculty of Veterinary Studies was separated from the University of Warsaw, and I think in 1951 joined the Warsaw University of Life Sciences. And this might have been a good idea. I would argue in favor. But the reason for it was definitely not a very nice reason. So, sorry, 10 in my pages. This doesn't mean that there is one unique model of what a university should be. Over the next few years, my guess is that in Poland, these questions are going to come back to the fore. Maybe not now, but maybe in 5 years, because at the moment it is very fashionable to say that you're defending mergers between universities, because to address societal challenges you need different disciplinary fields, and therefore you need comprehensive universities. One of the counter-arguments I like a lot is the one defended by the Euro League for Life Sciences. Because when a government comes to you with this sort of pressure, there's not much that you can do as a university. But if you're thinking in an international network, it becomes much easier to go back to the government and say, look, we are working with these partners, and their governments are not saying the same as what you're saying. And therefore to have arguments. And here the argument goes that the evolution of science and the emergence of societal challenges requires a new structuration of universities around societal challenges. So, for example, obvious ones like sustainable agriculture or zero hunger. And those challenges require lots of different specialists from different fields, so there's not a disciplinary field, which is privileged, but they need people who are all engaged in that one challenge. Because if you bring too many challenges together, you've got too many missions and you do everything badly. And so that's an example of how a specialized university might project itself. But if you go with that example, then you cannot do that locally. You have to become global in outlook, and you have to accept that you're integrating a network and maybe merging eventually with a series of universities who are working around the same societal challenge, and that you are the hub in a given country working on this challenge. Finally, of course, if you look at other perspectives, and as you can see, I'm trying to go through the different ways you can look at internationalization from an institutional perspective, a political perspective, an education perspective. If you look at economics and prestige, Of course, internationalization often today is crucial because you're depending on students, international students, for fees, and this requires good rankings, and this requires publications in international journals. And so you can get caught into this move forward. And there, you need to ask yourself, but is this meaningful? I take those two examples. If I am meant to be training local experts in agronomy for agricultural, sustainable agriculture around Warsaw, should I be training international students? And it's a valid question to ask. My answer would be yes, but be careful, because many universities go far too far, and then they get caught in complete contradictions in terms of mission. And this is the case in the Anglo-Saxon world in particular. And many of the UK universities, you have master courses in which you've got 90% of foreign students, and the job they're doing has no longer anything to do with what their official mission as a university is. Another question. If publications are more cited when they're theoretical and published in international journals, should I stop working with local companies on their specific problems and publishing in local journals? Maybe not. So this will depend on the field you're working in and who you are and what your mission is. It's very easy to get caught in these global games and then to go full speed ahead and to forget who you are meant to be serving as a university. So, looking at internationalization from these different perspectives and these different historical moments brings you radically different answers. And when I was, you won't be surprised if I say that this is actually true even in the title within your university and the structure of who you are and what you're meant to be doing if you're in an internationalization department. So I was talking with Marta before the conference, and I remember you telling me how you used to be a vice rector for international cooperation, and you're now the vice rector for internationalization. Officially in the organigram of the university. And I had a bit of fun, and I started looking through some of the other universities here and how it was structured. And of course, it's absolutely fascinating. So if I go to Almeria, in Almeria, you have a vice rector for international projection. That's quite similar, I'd say. But, very interestingly, they have a delegation of the rector for Uni-Green European University, which is separate from the vice rector for internationalization and directly related to the rector. If I go to the National University of Life and Environmental Sciences of Ukraine, there you have a vice rector for scientific and pedagogical work and international affairs. So the idea is that internationalization is embedded in research and education. If I go to Wageningen, I don't have a vice rector for internationalization or anything of the type. And talking with Jeroen, we're saying, well, yes, this is because actually it's embedded in each one of these vertical lines, animal sciences, environmental sciences, etc. What is the right way? Of course, there's not an answer. Here you have the vice rectors for Louisiana State University, and here there is no, unlike in Wageningen, they've got many vice rectors, but none for internationalization. And I looked up the one for external affairs, but external affairs is in charge of the relation with the federal, the state, and the local governments. And this is not the case of Louisiana, but I remember talking with an American university, because this is often the case, and I had this wonderful answer, which is, well, of course we don't have a vice rector for international affairs internationalization is becoming American. So we already are American. And in a way, that is, the caricatural answer to the question of how are you structured and what are you trying to do. Yeah, final example, Yale. And I'll come back to Yale. Why did I take Yale? Because in Yale, the international affairs doesn't appear in the list under leadership and organization. You have a whole section called Yale and the World, which is at the same level as leadership. And you have a whole website which goes in because Yale defines itself as being a global university. And this is yet another way of looking at who you are and where you are in the world. So not only is the title of international relations different in every single university, but the mission and the perimeter of action is different in every single university. And what that means is that there's not a right or a wrong answer, but it means that it's really worth sitting down and thinking, wait a minute, what do we want to do and why? And looking at what others are doing, analyzing it, and rethinking who you are. Because too often, the structure you have is simply because no one has thought about it. So you're just repeating the same thing one year after another, without thinking of what the mission is and what the perimeter is. And this brings me back to the question of what is a university. And more precisely, it brings me to my favorite quote, which is Anton Chekhov. There is no national science, just as there is no national multiplication table. What is national is no longer science. And it's a very good starting point for a university, because if you say we're speaking of internationalization, the answer is, well, of course you are, you're a university. It's not a question. The question you have is the local territorial one. Yet, as you well know, today, in a fascinating and very tragic twist of history, Chekhov himself has become controversial. He was born a Malorus, which is a Ukrainian at the time, the term which was used. He actually went to school in a Greek school beside Mariupol. He admired and studied the Sakhalin Gilyak people, and he died in Germany. He's a perfect example of a global scholar. But today, Putin has appropriated him as Russian. And you have here his greeting to the participants of the 16th Chekhov International Festival. And on the right, you have the dramatic letter of support of Putin to the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian rectors of universities, which is obviously, I would say, only comparable to the way most German universities were acting in the 1930s under the Nazi regime. So what do you do? I mean, my take on this is that you cannot let someone take over Chekhov. So the counter-argument is, well, Chekhov is actually Ukrainian, guys. Or better, Chekhov is a global citizen. Global, because that is what science and literature and art are about. It's part of being members of the world. So internationalization, being global, it sounds good, but as the example of Chekhov shows, in practice, even with the most obvious cases, it's always hard. Now, if we go one step further, what Chekhov's quote implies is that a university should be global. There is no national university, what is national is no longer a university. And here, if you go back to where our universities came from, that is what the medieval universities were. So if you look at the Université de Paris, the Sorbonne, or if you look at Al-Azhar University in Cairo, you're not speaking of national universities. They had no relation to the state. They were defending a universal vision. It was a vision built on a religious ideal in both cases, but it was a global vision. And that's from there that comes the idea still today that the police should not come onto the campus. Why? Because the university does not depend on the state in which it is situated. Actually, if you go and look at these universities, many of them were divided into nations. But what for me is fascinating is that those nations had nothing to do to political realities, and they were defined in a different way in each university. You've got 3 examples here. In Bologna University, you had 17 nations. In the University of Paris, you had 4. The English, the French, the Picard, and the Normand. Obviously, those 4 don't correspond to a political reality. They don't correspond to a cultural one or a linguistic one. And the best is Oxford. We're very insular in the UK. So in Oxford, there were just 2 nations, north of the River Trent, and south of the river. And every university had a different way of defining the nations. So not only was the university not linked to a state, but it was not linked to an identity. This varied from place to place. And this reality is the same the world over for thousands of years. Here you have Balkh in northern Afghanistan. And the Barmekid family, so 1,500 years ago, they were running a Buddhist center of learning, which was the main passing point of knowledge between India, China, and the Mediterranean. They were running this in the ruins of a Greek city, one of the Alexandrias. This same family then became the viziers of the Abbasids. And you know the viziers of the 1,001 Nights. The viziers of the 1,001 Nights is actually a family who were running a Buddhist monastery linking India to China. And from here comes the zero and the algorithm and many of the fundaments of modern science. And they were obviously completely global in outlook and in reality. Internationalization is not new. Neither is mobility. In Jagiellonian University, sorry for the pronunciation, in Krakow, in the 15th century, 44% of students were international students. The current number in Poland is 7%. In 1906, you had a list produced of the top 1,000 scholars. One of the first rankings. We think of rankings as modern. Actually, in 1906, they produced a ranking in the US. Below, you have the universities from which these scholars graduated. US scholars. The first is Berlin, the second Harvard, the third Leipzig, the fourth Johns Hopkins, and the fifth Göttingen. In other words, in 1906, most of the leading US scholars did not study in the US. They studied, in particular, in Germany, also in France and Italy and a few other countries. And if I come back to Balkh, where the Barmecide family came from, today, if you think of Balkh University, it's under the Taliban in North Afghanistan. You probably think this must be the least international university that can exist in the world, and I can tell you that the situation is dramatic and terrible. But nonetheless, this was a few years ago, just before the Taliban took power, But they had 3 official languages. They had Pashtun, Dari, and English. What's fascinating is those 3 languages, none of them are spoken by the local population. The local population speak Uzbek and Tajik, which are different, totally different from Pashtun or Dari. So you had 3 official languages, but all the students speak 2 other languages. The books in the library were mostly in Russian because the university was founded in 1986. And the main international focus of the university was China with a major Confucius center. This gives you an idea of what being an international university can mean. And I can tell you that the professors and the students in the university were deeply aware of the international global reality of higher education. And they were looking at partnerships around the world and going abroad to study. If I go to one of the main destinations is Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, where in medical universities, over 50% of students are international. So, come back to Western Europe. Again, we think of international universities as those which are well ranked. This is a list of the most international university in number of PhD students. So I'm taking PhD students because, again, you think research intensive. In the UK, you'll recognize some of them, the London School of Economics probably, and a few others. Most of them, you probably have never even heard of them. Leicester, Bedfordshire, Cardiff Metropolitan, that's not Cardiff University, it's Cardiff Metropolitan University, has 64% of international PhD students. Internationalization means radically different things depending on who you are as a university. It's deeply contextual. It means something different in Afghanistan and in the UK. But much more importantly, it means something different in every single university in Afghanistan and every single university in the UK. And if you take a classic example, when we talk about internationalization and people say, oh, can we compare ourselves to the MIT? And I usually say, well, look, 2 kilometers away from the MIT, so, 10, 15 minutes on foot, you've got the Bunker Hill Community College. They have an internationalization strategy and policy which is probably more interesting for you than the one of the MIT, and more meaningful. Most interesting of all, and here I want to come back to Yale, some universities are now moving back towards the medieval ideal. So Yale University, when they had Global Yale up down the webpage, they also took all their mission statements and all their official documents and they eliminated every single mention of the US from all their documents. That's the original mission statement. Yale's mission is foster the welfare of the community and nation of the US. Today, Yale is committed to improving the world and educates aspiring leaders worldwide. And the previous Trump administration under Berkovich actually officially accused Yale of betraying the US, which I find also quite fascinating because it gives you an idea of the sort of tensions which this type of vision brings. You have an increasing number of universities moving down that path. New York University, which is a city for the great, university for the great cities of the world. The University of Nottingham, which, as you can see, it's UK, China, Malaysia at the same level. We have campuses in 3 countries and we're a university without borders. Some universities even have a supranational status. For example, the European University Institute in Florence, which many of you probably know, but also the University of Central Asia between Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. So, what is happening? Well, in the big order of things, what is happening is a return to the origins of what universities were. I love this text of d'Alembert. We're in the beginning of the 18th century, and he writes, scholars are beginning to write in their own language. By the end of this century, there'll be so many languages in which we need to read things that no one will ever be able to produce any real work. They'll spend their whole lives trying to learn languages to read what others have written. And here you have the evolution, the emergence of English as a global language in the 20th century. The return of Latin, if you want. And it's very recent. In the 1930s, German was a more important scientific language. English really becomes dominant from the 1970s on. It becomes dominant when we switch reference points. Up until then, as scholars, we want to publish in the Academy of Science of our country. Suddenly, we want to publish in Nature or Cell. Suddenly, students no longer think, I want to study in my country. They think in which university in the world would be more interesting for me. And this process, which starts in the 70s and 80s, accelerates. And the symbolic moment of this is the Shanghai rankings. But what is interesting about the Shanghai rankings is that it's not about a ranking. It's about a vice president for strategy, not even for internationalization. And the vice president for strategy is thinking, where should I send my students to study? I want them to go to the best universities to do a master or a PhD. And if it's Harvard, fine. But if it's the Warsaw University of Life Science, is this a good university or not? There are 25,000 universities in the world. So he asks a student of his, can you make a good list of the best universities? The student produces a list. He says, wow, this is an amazing job you've done. They discuss it internally in the university, and then they discuss it with the C9 universities at a Chinese level. And the rector says, I'm going to put this online. And then professors in Harvard say, look, the Chinese are saying we're the best in the world. And suddenly the ranking of Shanghai exists. So if you want, the ranking of Shanghai is not imposed. It's a result of something much deeper, which is that as individual scholars and individual students, we stop thinking from a national perspective. We start thinking and acting globally. And as a result, universities first, and then governments later, are suddenly obliged to act in a global system. And this, perhaps the best example of that, of the end of a national world, is the French system over the last 20 years. Because, of course, France, like Germany or Japan, thought they were the center of the world. When Shanghai appears, the French universities are not the best in the world, and this is completely traumatic. And in France, you have a very strange system. I won't go into the details, but you had these very prestigious small grandes écoles. It's actually built on a model derived from the imperial Chinese examination system and brought to Europe by the Jesuits in the 17th century. And these elite schools, who were always having the best scholars and the best students, suddenly find themselves in crisis. And I remember the director of the École Polytechnique telling me, I said, what is your main problem? And he said, my main problem is that the good students are no longer coming to the École Polytechnique, and looking round and said, actually, with his vice rectors, our daughters and sons, we've all sent them abroad. And if we as the elite no longer trust our national system, what is going to remain? And in École Normale Supérieure, the answer was, it's been 5 years since I've recruited a good scholar. And he was talking about a potential Nobel Prize or Fields Medal. But if we can no longer recruit good scholars, we're dead. Our mission is over. So you have this deep transformation underway. Of course, this doesn't mean that it's easy. This doesn't mean that it's unidirectional. If you take, as an example from Poland, the flow of students, you know, you've got the foreign students and you've got massive inflow of Ukrainian, Belarusian, then Turkish, Zimbabwean, Indian, Azerbaijani students. But the outflow of Polish students, where are they going? They're going to the UK, Germany, Denmark, the US. Of course, this is increasing unbalances at a global level. But this reality is not immutable. This does not mean that it will continue being like that. Come back to China. China sent tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of students abroad for many years. And then one year, it started reversing. Come back to Europe. Today in Europe, we still think that the powerhouses in research are France and Germany. The reality is that they're the worst performing countries in research today in Europe. And I'll just give you a couple of examples. Last year, 30,000 German students went to a Dutch university. 450 Dutch students went to a German university. It gives you the unbalance which you saw earlier. A second one. On Horizon 2020, both countries lost over 1 billion euros in terms of the money put in and the money brought out from the system. Look at these numbers. This is the evolution of the global share of publications and citations between 2001 and 2018. You can see France, Germany, and Japan have gone down massively. No, in Japan's case, nearly minus 50%. That's the share at a global level. You can see China, of course. You can also see, actually, the Netherlands, which is a very interesting case. You can see Spain, and Spain is more similar in a way to China because it's a new scientific country. I guess for Poland, you would see something not the same, but something which is going in the direction of Spain. And that's where you are building. What you can also see is how the UK and the US are going down catastrophically. And so we think that the UK and the US will remain global scientific centers, and internationalization will mean becoming American. I would be very, very surprised if this was the case. Of course, they have a big advantage because English is the global language. So when you speak English, you have a massive advantage. But today, most people speak English. So that advantage is disappearing. And to give you two anecdotes of how bad the situation is becoming, I was at a seminar, the leadership of one of the main business schools in the UK recently. And in that seminar, they came to me with two problems. And the first one was, we have a bachelor in international management. We used to tell students that it was compulsory to spend time abroad, but the students have refused to. So now, UK students can get a bachelor in international management without ever setting the foot outside the UK, because they don't want to. You can imagine what that means in the midterm for the UK. And the second example was that they just launched a new publicity campaign which was called British Excellence for the World. And this, they launched it on their campuses in South Africa, Brazil, and Malaysia. And the directors of those campuses were saying, well, maybe this is not ideal from a former colonial power. But the leadership of the business school could not really understand. And that's the moment when I suddenly realized why Brexit has happened. But I also realized that I would be surprised if the UK and the US are still these global scientific powerhouses in 20 or 30 years' time. The cases of campuses, international campuses abroad, is another fantastic case. I was mentioning before the link between China and should we collaborate or not. There was one university who had a campus in China. You can see the list of numbers of international campuses abroad there. And they came to us and said, yeah, we keep it? And we did a set of interviews, and what we realized was that the Chinese students on that campus in Shanghai were the students whose Gaokao results, so the pre-end of school exam results, was not good enough to be accepted by the university. So they went to the international campus of that university and a foreign university, hoping that they would then be able to transfer back to the purely Chinese university. And we had another case where a business school asked us had set up a campus in Singapore. They were top 10 in Europe, but they were realizing that in Singapore, the students were going to SMU, to NUS, or to Nanyang Technological University, to the business schools there, because they were had far greater reputation. They were only getting the worst students who couldn't access the Singapore universities. These examples bring me a bit to the last question I wanted to very rapidly discuss, which is how, for internationalization to work, you have to have a vision. You have to have your own vision, your own mission, and you have to have a very strong ethical stance. Talking with the leadership of a university in the top 10 in the world, this is QS, but it can be Shanghai or Times Higher Education. And after a few bottles of wine one evening, they told me, look, we're going to tell you how it works. What our strategy is we create bachelors in the humanities. Why? Because they're cheap to create. We market them to international students. Why? Because they pay maximum money. We then transfer this money to physics and medicine. Why? Because there they have more citations and more publications. And that way, hopefully we can stay in the top 10 in the world. And officially, we market ourselves as a civic university serving society. And I remember the rector looking at me and saying, sometimes at night I can't go to sleep because I feel so bad about what we're actually doing and how far it is from the vision that I'm defending. And now I'll take the opposite example. I'm not going to say it's a success, but this was in 2015, again at the time of Brexit, and this was talking with Jean Chambaz, who was the former rector of Sorbonne University, and they're talking about the rise of populism. And he was saying something very simple. He was saying, look, we have a responsibility to act. And he said, today, the best students in Warsaw or in Prague, they come to Sorbonne or to Heidelberg. But the opposite is not true. An ERC, someone who wins an ERC in Warsaw, might be tempted to bring his ERC and become a professor in a Western European country. What we want is we want to give ourselves an aim in 15 or 20 years for it to be as likely that it happens in one direction as in the other direction. And this is going to be very hard, and we don't know if we're going to succeed. And we probably will fail, but at least that is what we want to try and do. And that was the vision behind what then became a European university, because this was before the call was launched. And if you want, what I tend to say there, and this is about the flow, but it's also a gender question. It's, you know, instead of having Maria and Pierre Curie in Paris, maybe in the next generation you'll have Maria and Pierre Sklodowska in Warsaw. And it's a sort of illustration of how this type of globalization and vision on international can bring really something better, a better world, hopefully. And I'm not going to speak of European universities today. But they're a good example of a new type of approach to internationalization, which involves integrating at a supranational level. It's strategic partnerships on steroids, if you want. Rather than competing at a university level and at a country level, you move to competition between different networks which are global by definition. Today European, hopefully in the future global. You move from brain drain to brain circulation across the campuses and across the countries. From a zero-sum game to a model where mobility improves the outcome for all because it reinforces the core missions of the universities throughout Europe and hopefully one day globally. And I know this is a very idealistic dream and that in practice reality will interfere, but I deeply feel that as universities and as researchers, professors, students and administrative staff, this is the starting point for an internationalization strategy and for a global vision of where we hope to be in 10, 20, 30 years' time. And I think this is all the more important today with the global geopolitical situation. And I'll stop there. I hope I haven't talked too much.
Thank you very much. Sebastian Stride, Series Academic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've earned it. You've earned it. Okay, I have a suggestion because we are running out of time for this afternoon, but we still have a wrap-up to do, and I would yield to Madam Rector, if you don't mind, to give the final remarks and perhaps address some of the issues that you already mentioned, and do a little summary of today. Marta Mendel.
Right, thank you very much, Sebastian, for your talk. Very, very interesting, and I think that was already a kind of summary, but at the same time, probably the introduction for tomorrow for follow-up for those who participate in the workshop. Some hours ago, I asked you for inspirational questions and some motivating thoughts, and I think I received that. We've heard about different aspects, different visions, perspectives, and inspirations. So I guess everybody has at least a few messages to take home, to digest. I need to digest a lot, I need to say. There were many fragments, small elements, and now we need to build a big picture. It's not an easy job, I realize, but, well, that was the point, I think. So I realized that we spent quite a lot of time together today. It was quite intense. I hope you use the breaks for networking to make it a really community dialogue. I hope it really met the expectation of not only hearing and listening, but being a part of that event. There is a chance to continue, as it was mentioned before. We'll move all together to the Rectorate Palast for a reception. But before that happens, let me thank the real organizers of this event. It is the International Relations Office here at Warsaw University of Life Sciences. I would ask everybody, all members of the office, to stand up so we can appreciate them, clap the hands, and really thank for the efforts. I know they worked really for months for that, and I think it really worked well. We will continue tomorrow, as said before. Thank you very much for all your interventions, for your honesty. I really appreciate it. It's not always easy, but I liked that we managed to speak what is really in our hearts, how we feel and how we approach many different topics. So thanks for being with us, and I guess we continue with the informal part, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Rector.
Just, if I may, I need to thank for this one more advice. The day after tomorrow, I will check Bunker Hill Community College Internationalization Strategy.
There you go. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, dear everyone, This concludes, almost concludes the business of the day, because we still have a reception to go to in the Rector's Palace, just a few steps from here. And one important announcement for tomorrow, those of you who are taking part in the workshop, thank you very much. That was a call for, thanks. 8:30 tomorrow morning, you guys meet back here. And those of you who will participate, in the back of your badges, you have two different colors. You have yellow and blue. That means the groups you will be in. The yellows will work together, the blues will work together. Then they may mix you guys up, but be sure to check back here, 8:30 tomorrow for coffee, and 9 a.m. the workshops start. Okay, well, from my part, that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciated being here with you whole day, and I wish you all the good luck, and I hope to see you soon at another Warsaw Life Sciences University event. Thank you very much. Good night.